Okay, it's 7 o'clock. We are going to start with our workshop from 7 until 7:30 and then begin our regular meeting agenda at 7:30. And so with that, thank you, Natalie. Looks like you're teed up.
Yep.
We're going to spend a little time talking about special use permits, what they are, how they work.
Yes.
And I think as well, you were going to touch on HDLO.
It comes up in here as one of the special use permits with additional regulations.
Great.
Yeah. So, following off, the first meeting, January, Jennifer went over kind of the board's procedures. So we're going to try and follow some of the bigger kind of chunks of the code to remind the board and the public of the board's jurisdiction. So special use permits are just one of the items under the planning board's jurisdiction, right? You also have site plan, subdivision, and certificates of appropriateness, and then special use permits. So we'll just go through today kind of what is a special use permit. We'll talk about special use permit review as it's kind of outlined in the City of Beacon's code. We'll go through the appropriateness of requesting variances from special use permit standards, and then also kind of final determinations and conditions that can be placed on special use permits. So what is a special use permit? It's a use that is allowed in a district. It just is subject to compliance with certain standards. So sometimes special uses get confused with variances, right? So unlike a variance, which gives a property owner the right to use their property in a way that is inconsistent with the code, special uses are consistent with the code. They just have additional stipulations kind of placed on them that the board must review.
It's kind of like another layer, if you will.
It's just
to
another
the
layer,
underlying
right?
zoning.
So, and we'll
Yep.
go through that when we'll look at the bulk table and kind of talk about certain uses that are special permit in one district and not in others, and we'll talk about why that may be. So, actually, we're there now, so we'll talk about that now. So, kind of as Jennifer went over in the last meeting, right, that the legislative body, the city council, sets the code, right? So they are the ones deciding kind of what uses are permitted in some districts, permitted by special use permits in other, or prohibited in others. And the planning board is responsible for kind of implementing that as the code is written and adopted by the legislative body. So the first step when you're looking at a use, just for folks, there is the special use, or the use regulations are in section 223-17, or it's also attachment 2 of the code. So when you're looking online at the zoning code, it'll be kind of up at the top as an attachment, and you'll get this table, and there's 2 pages of it. I know it's a little hard to see. Let me see if I can kind of zoom in a little bit here. So what you have on the left-hand side is a list of all uses, or most uses, or general uses, and then across the top you have each of the zoning districts kind of identified. And then so uses are categorized by use and by district. So a use that is permitted in one district may be excluded in another, or it may be, may require a special permit. City of Beacon also has, as you can see down here, special uses are identified by SP, if it's a special use that needs to be reviewed by the planning board. And then if there's an asterisk next to that, that is a special use that is specifically reviewed by the city council. And just so, for example, let's look at parking structures as an accessory use, right? So that's one that, zoom back out a little bit, in the T district here, it is a special use permit, but in the CMS district, or the linkage district, or the waterfront district, it is permitted by right. And so why that choice was likely made by the legislative body is, the T district is a little bit more of a kind of mix, right? It changes in densities, changes in heights and structures. So it's going to be a little bit more sensitive about whether that structured parking will be appropriate to the context of that neighborhood. So that's why it's been designated special use, and there's regulations that the board would look at when reviewing that. So we just went over kind of the list of uses that are identified and how you would identify that. The approval authority is the next step. Jennifer, I'm going to give you credit because I stole this is your presentation, I'm just redoing it. Approval authority, the legislative body, as I said, the city council here, they are the ones vested with the right of reviewing special use permits, but they can designate that authority to either the planning board or the zoning board of appeals, or they can retain that authority for themselves, as they have done for some uses. So and for example, you know, the city of Beacon has been kind of moving through, moving many of the special use permits to review by the planning board rather than the city council. One that we kind of talked about the last time that it's been moving down in its review is accessory apartments, right? So that used to be under the authority of the city council solely, then it got moved to the planning board, and then in the last revision to the code, a lot of that authority for those approvals has actually been given to staff in terms of reviewing certain accessory apartments. So then we'll get into kind of procedure.
When you say staff, you mean building department?
Building department.
Yep.
The building inspector, zoning enforcement officer. And then, so the next step that we'll kind of talk about, and this is what we'll go through the rest of the presentation, is really kind of the procedure, right? So the zoning code specifies the procedure that must be followed and the specific criteria for review. So again, that is code and language that is adopted by the city council and then put before the planning board. So, you know, the regulations talk about everything from how many copies of applications are needed, timeline, what the public hearing notification process is. Public hearings are required for all special uses by state law. So obviously, again, in Poughkeepsie, or in Beacon, they are also required here. There's timelines in terms of after the closing of the public hearing, how many days does the planning board have to make decisions? That's all outlined in the code. And then also kind of the expiration of these permits. So if they're issued, specifically in the city of Beacon, if a special permit is issued, it expires within a year if a building permit is not pulled for that. And then that applicant would need to come back before the board to get that special permit again. So they don't kind of run with the property forever if they're not acted on.
There are instances where special permits will need to be renewed, correct?
Yes, I'd have to look at each one to see if there's that specific in the code, but we'll get to kind of conditions and things that can be placed. And so often what you'll see for special use permits is there's an option, you know, that you can put a timeline, you know, within 2 years, have this information submitted so the board can re-review it. Also, something quite unique about the city of Beacon is that the building inspector does have the authority to revoke a special use permit if conditions or the stipulations in the code are not being met. For example, if hours of operation are placed on a use, right, that you cannot be operating past 10 p.m. or that you must have, you know, some kind of shuttle or something in place, if it's found that that operation is not occurring, the special use permit can be revoked.
How is that unique to Beacon? Aren't other municipalities that sophisticated? No?
I guess, not all. I'd have to look through other communities I work in that's not expressly stated in the code that can be that can be revoked like that. Okay, so again, text is small here, but you know, just so everyone knows, this is section 223-18 of the code. These are the general special use standards. So these apply to all special uses in any district, right? And so these 6 kind of regulate some of the larger areas, I think, of uses, right? Looking at the location and size of the use and the hours of operation and intensity, looking specifically at where the buildings are placed and walls and landscaping and kind of screening those from adjacent uses. There's also looking at making sure that the operations are not more objectionable than other uses permitted within that district. So that is something kind of helpful if you are looking at a special use permit or special use, and there are conversations about impacts in terms of, you know, number of people coming there or traffic. It is helpful for the board to kind of look at that in comparison to other uses that are permitted in that district, right? Parking areas, right? There's specific kind of stipulations regarding parking areas being of adequate size and not causing unreasonable traffic congestion, which is kind of something standard that the board looks at for most uses, but is expressly stated for special permit uses. Obviously, accessibility for emergency services and making sure proper infrastructure to serve that special use. And then finally, that the special use is in line with the comprehensive plan and, if applicable, the local waterfront revitalization program, the LWRP. So that's the general ones, right, that apply to everything. Then there are also specific specific standards that apply to specific uses. So in addition, it's kind of, again, another layer, right? There's that general stipulations, and then there's the additional layer of specific standards for specific uses. And so Beacon has some for bed and breakfasts, hotels, and then we'll get into some for specifically special uses within the historic districts. But here's just an example one for bed and breakfast businesses. So I won't go through all of these specifically, but some of them are kind of numerical, right? Looking at the minimum lot size that you must have, or the number of bedrooms, the permitted number of bedrooms that you can have. And then some of them are a little bit more kind of, I guess, up to the review and discussion of the board.
Actually, that's a good example. I just maybe go a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
For example, in certain districts, bed and breakfasts are allowed under special use, right? Mm-hmm. So, for example, in a potentially residential district,
Yes.
right?
Yep, so all the R1, all the RD and T districts, bed and breakfast are special permit.
Got it, right. So again, that's,
And then in the waterfront district, there's special permit, in the waterfront park district, there's special permit reviewed by the council. Not the
For-
planning- For bed and breakfast.
bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So there's, interesting.
Yeah.
Different layers of special use, different districts, but same use. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and so just to the point, like, some of them are talking about must be this certain size, and then some of them are more up to the discretion of the board in terms of talking about, adequate screening from adjacent residential uses, right? So there's not a set number of what that screening must be or what that landscaping must look like, but the board is charged with giving that an extra hard look and evaluating screening from adjacent properties there. And then one I wanted to talk about specifically is there is a section in the Beacon Code that, uses permitted by special permit in the HDL, in the Historic District Landmark Overlay. Why I wanted to point this out specifically too is this isn't necessarily identified in that chart, in that table that I had originally kind of pointed to. These are specific to the overlay district, the Historic Overlay District, and these uses are outlined just in this code. So this is one area where if you're just looking at the use table, you wouldn't necessarily know that these uses are permitted by special permit in this district. So it's helpful to kind of go here to see what uses can be in that overlay district. So we'll just kind of go through these. One grouping of uses that is permitted by special permit is specialized businesses, normally associated with kind of history, arts, culture, appropriate to the structure and compatible with the neighborhood. And some examples here are artist studios, antique shops, very specific rare book, coin, stamp shops, or similar types of uses, again, determined by the planning board. So these kind of novelty uses are permitted as a special use in the historic district. Residential, hotel, or professional uses, provided that they are appropriate to the structure, compatible with the neighborhood, and are located on a road that can accommodate increased traffic as determined by the planning board. These uses may include, they talk about restaurants, bed and breakfast come up again, professional offices, multifamily residential, artist live workspaces, and hotels and hotel-related accessory uses. And then some of these, there's even another layer if you get down, but this is kind of just talking about the special uses that are permitted. And then there's additional standards for this, right? Special permits are warranted only under certain conditions in the historic district. So notwithstanding the limitations kind of that we went through before in subsection B, the planning board may approve a special permit for any of the uses that we just kind of went through and may allow a larger number of seats, employees, dwellings, or live workspaces if they determine that a larger number is warranted by certain criteria. And those criteria can be building size, building configuration, nature of the proposed preservation, historic nature and context of the building. And then, so the purpose of this, I just kind of stepping back and trying to think about what these regulations are allowing, right, is that historic buildings and historic sites don't come in all one sort of shape and size, right? So what the legislative body is trying to do with these regulations is give guidance and flexibility to the code, right? Because the goal here is to preserve historic structures within the city of Beacon, and it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of job, right? So these are kind of parameters for the board to function within.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I interpreted that to mean that what you just described in a district, and correct me if I'm wrong, because
Mm-hmm.
I probably am, but that before a special use permit can be invoked, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
certain base conditions need to be met. Am I interpreting that right?
What do you mean? In terms before they can apply, or?
Yeah, before you can actually say, well, I'd like to approach this special use permit.
You would have to be one of the uses listed,
Yeah.
right? And I think there would need to be a there'd need to be a determination from the building department kind of categorizing you within one of those uses that are permitted. And then some of them, some of the direct stipulations in terms of square footage of the site or number of rooms, I think that would also be caught during the initial review
Yeah.
by the building inspector. But I think this is, the section I just went through in terms of these certain conditions that warrant a larger size. These are very much this is up to the discretion of the planning board, right? The
Okay.
planning board may approve a special permit. So the application would still get before you, but you would be responsible for going through these criteria.
That's helpful. Yeah, I did interpret it wrong, but
Okay.
thank you.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
very helpful.
And then findings, so the planning board must make the following findings before, so this is now before you can kind of make that actual approval, right? That any exterior restoration shall maintain the architectural and historic integrity of the structure. Any new construction shall be compatible with neighboring structures, so you're looking at the context of the neighborhood. The proposed use is compatible with the neighborhood, and activities permitted within the structure can be adequately buffered from any surrounding residential homes. Resulting traffic generation will not overburden existing roads, and adequate parking can be provided without unduly destroying the landscape or the setting of the structure. And the proposed use is appropriate to the structure, will aid in the preservation of the structure, and will not result in undue alterations or enlargement of the structure. So that's those are just two examples, right? You have other uses within your code that have those specific parameters. But then I just have two more slides that I think we want to wrap up with in terms of variance and waivers. So it is still possible. There are these kind of stipulations within the special use regulations, but an applicant can still seek, they cannot still seek a variance to remove that if it's causing a burden on the site, right? So where a proposed special use,
Say that again?
you can still seek a variance, right, that you could, from relief from these sections of the code. So say there's a stipulation, a special use permit that says you must have a 4,000 square foot parcel in order to have this special use.
Oh, so actually, back to my original, you confirmed what I was assuming. So
Now you are right?
There are some baseline, yes, there are some baseline conditions that need to be in place for a special use
Yeah,
to be considered. And so now you're talking about sort of a new element to special use, variances can be sought.
yeah. Well, it's interesting because it kind of, I think this is where the code gets tricky, right? So there could be one that is, so the stipulation says that, say you can only have 6 bedrooms and a bed and breakfast, right? But there's a specific section in the code, that one that we were just looking at, section C, that allows vests the planning board with the right to go over 6 units. So you would be the first step to review that,
Right.
and the board would review whether or not, say they were proposing 8 units, is appropriate. If this board deemed that it was not, then the applicant could still apply to the ZBA and seek a variance. So that's almost two-pronged there. Like,
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, but that's interesting.
that someone would come to the planning, yeah, I haven't been here long enough to know.
Another good example, a lot of times you'll see like distance requirements in the code for a special permit, like for gas stations, for example, you can't have a gas station within 1,000 feet of another gas station.
Yeah.
Someone could seek a variance to allow a gas station to be 800 feet from another gas
Yeah.
station.
Yeah.
And that would be an area variance. Even though it's a special use permit standard, you could still seek
They
a
could go for
variance from that
variance.
standard.
Yeah, but even this nuance of, where it somewhat falls under the planning board purview to
It would have
make
to
a
be stated in the
determination.
code that the planning board has that authority,
Right.
right?
That's the first step.
But then to
Yeah.
see an applicant not necessarily agree with that and go to the zoning board, that's unique.
Yeah, there's
Interesting.
there's usually a release valve for most
Yeah, no, it's,
regulations and code.
that's good. It makes sense that there is.
But I think for the example that Jennifer gave, if it doesn't specifically say in the code, the planning board can deviate from this distance.
Yeah.
They can't come to you and make that case. They have to go
They
to
have
the
to go to
ZBA and
ZBA,
make that
yeah.
case.
Right.
But there are, for example, in the historic overlay district, there are some additional parameters given to the planning board in terms of jurisdiction to be flexible with those numbers.
Yeah.
You see that too, not under special permit parameters, but for parking within your code. There's a lot of, well, under the new code, it's a little different, but under the previous parking code, you could issue waivers for parking, right?
Yeah,
if
I remember
certain
that.
Things were made. So the applicant wouldn't have to automatically go to the zoning board to seek a variance. You had authority built in to the code for waivers, and it's the same thing here. It's just authority built into the code for you to issue
Yeah.
a waiver instead of automatically going to the zoning board.
That term waiver, for some reason, came up as being one that wasn't necessarily appropriate.
Waiver, the planning board issues waivers, zoning board issues variances.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're kind of the same thing when you drill down into it, but
Yeah.
Are there limits to our waiver purview? Like what can be waived?
it depends on the circumstance in the code.
It's-
It's
it'll be
all,
itemized in the code
it would
whether
all be,
something can be
yeah,
It's all written down.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and in general, there's been a move, I've seen a lot of communities moving from like building in ability for waivers into the planning board to give the planning board more flexibility to review a site plan rather than always necessarily sending it back to the ZBA, the zoning board, because the zoning board has very specific criteria for what they're looking at in terms of granting variances. So if it is something that the legislative body understands to require more flexibility or something that they see may be appropriate, they'll likely give the waiver ability to the planning board instead of requiring a variance.
In your experience on the ZBA, had you ever come across applications where you thought, gee, I wish the planning board were looking at this rather than zoning? Just curious.
Yeah, definitely, and in particular, where you have something like, you know, an area variance with regard to some dimensional regulation, but it was, the whole thing was part of a larger site plan approval, and the reality is how well this fits in is something that was a lot more in front of the planning board than
Interesting.
us.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, as you noted, if it's actually being characterized as a variance, then there's a relatively specific standard that applies.
Yeah.
Whereas in front of us, it's basically going to be whatever standard city council has put in to cover
Yeah.
the waiver.
Yeah.
So it's going to, I would say in broad strokes, it's going to signal an increased legislative receptiveness to adjustments that are in those categories taking place.
And then just one last slide. So at the end, when the planning board is making a determination with regards to a special use permit, the board does have the authority to impose reasonable conditions and restrictions as long as they are directly related and incidental to the proposed special use. So they do have to have some kind of nexus connecting them to the use that's being reviewed. And then I stole this case law from Jennifer's last presentation, where the courts decided that a condition must be related to the use of the property and not the applicant or owner. And I think the example that was in this case was the Wegmans. This was the Wegmans case where the board tried to say that, you know, the special use is permitted, but only if the supermarket is a Wegmans.
Wait, who tried to do that?
Sorry, Whole Foods.
The town of Gates,
And the planning board did that, or the council?
town board,
The town board?
yeah. And deciding whether or not, where that special use could be granted, or making it a condition, so a condition of the special use. So you can't make the special use, or for example, say somebody owns a bunch of properties and maybe someone has had some violations or something on another property in the city. I don't think it would, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate to add conditions to that property owner.
Yeah, this law applies to everybody but Dave Smith.
Yeah, exactly. And Dave Smith, we don't trust you, so we're gonna put like
Right, we're
these
gonna
extra
put more
conditions
layers
that are
on.
related to you, not
Right.
as an operator, not as the use itself.
Yeah.
So you should, if there are conditions being placed, they should be applied directly to the use and be reasonable in terms of regulating that use. So that's the intro to special use regulations.
Nice, thank you.
Yep.
Very helpful. We have a few minutes. Any questions on the subject matter?
Riveting stuff.
It is. Next month, we're going to make John do SWIPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Wasn't there just new regulations adopted? You can walk us through that.
You really don't want to go through that?
No?
Section by section.
You got all night?
We have 5 minutes left in our workshop. Anything you want to add? to
No, sir.
Special use?
No, sir.
Or are there any topics that the board would like to see covered for training sessions in the future?
That's a really good use of the next 5 minutes.
Right.
Because we usually come to the afternoon call and scratch our
talking
heads
about
about
today?
what's good topic. Although, I thought the conversation today was rather useful, just in terms of the,
Yeah.
ULURP 101 stuff.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, any other ideas you guys have on subject content for our workshops, throw them out. Anything come to mind for you?
Think for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
give
we've
it some
never
thought.
gotten around to discussing, having a discussion about, with the council about changes that we might recommend or things that they might want to look at. Current zoning regulations that we've had to struggle dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, if it were workshop worthy, we might want to be a little bit more specific on things that we want to specifically workshop to potentially bring to, as it would be notes or recommendations to the city council. So, yeah, I think it's a good use of workshop time.
It's
Yeah, I think so,
specifically,
too.
the transition zone is the one that
This microphone.
I
I can't hear you on the video.
I think we've struggled with the transition zone and some of the ways that buildings, the regulations involved with that.
Yeah.
I have a procedural question to that end. If a member of the board has an issue like that where they have a recommendation ready to go, can they move in any regular session to make a recommendation to the city council and then let the board vote on it? Or would we prefer to, like you said, kind of collect those things and do it in a special workshop or?
But you have I think, a couple of avenues. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it would be, regardless of the mechanism, it would be something presented to the council for consideration, right?
By the
So-
planning board as a whole.
So,
Yeah.
so the two mechanisms are, we could do it as a board, or you could do it as a private
As an
citizen.
individual,
Right.
Yeah.
any of us
That's true.
at any
Yeah.
time.
Right,
And-
right.
And any of us at any time could make a recommendation to the city council.
So if you feel like, you'd want the board's input and the sort of, I guess, weight of the board on these recommendations, yeah, let's put them on the table, let's talk about them, let's workshop them.
Yeah, I think it'd be useful to have everybody's, a broad, a cross-section of the opinion of the board on some of these issues. Rather than just having it be one issue that then gets voted up or down, sort of like
Yeah.
share our experience and get it I would recommend that it be structured with an agenda and points to cover so that it's useful. Anyway.
Agreed.
That's my,
Yeah.
So we would have to, because to clarify one more thing. I think we've been told that it's not ideal for us to be doing emails to the whole board because it's almost becomes like a meeting, right? So we're not,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
encouraged not to communicate in that regard. So we'd have to remind ourselves to hey, 2 months from now, we want to have a workshop. Everybody get a slate of things, and then maybe we give them all to
So-
John, or we give them all to Jennifer individually, and and then we
Yeah,
work our way through 'em.
But myself and Mercedes are the sort of the conduits through
Okay.
which, we would organize that to create, first to collect the ideas and then create an agenda from those ideas to be discussed at a
Yeah,
workshop.
so there's nothing wrong with us, as a board, in our official capacity, through city email, sharing content ideas with Mercedes and
Right,
Jennifer.
but we
on-
can't,
Yeah,
we can't
absolutely.
all be emailing each other, though.
No, we can't have
can't-
substantive
No,
discussion about it.
Directly
We
with
can
each other
simply-
over email. That's
Exactly.
open meetings.
We can
law.
make lists. Yes, we're good at that, right? Put it in a spreadsheet, Excel. We can do Excel. So, but yeah, great idea. So, start to think about what topics might be useful and let's
Yeah.
compile them.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that was productive. Wow, 2025 is off to a bang. And it's right at 7:30. So welcome, everybody, to the February 2025 meeting of the City of Beacon Planning Board. We're going to go to our regular meeting agenda after we take action on approval of our December and January minutes. So I think we have everything in order for December minutes. So unless anybody has anything else to add, as far as edits or changes, I'll accept a motion to approve our December 2024 minutes.
I just have to make I sent
Of course you
some,
do.
sorry. I sent notes to Mercedes on the December, but I think they're actually relevant to I think they're the notes for January instead of December. Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
so we got to wait till next month? Or we want to,
No, I'm just adding them.
oh, as amended. Oh, okay, great. So, what did you do? I'll accept a motion to approve December 2024 minutes as amended.
Motion.
Seconded.
Motion by Kevin, second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
And then, do you have anything on January minutes?
Yeah, the notes that I sent in were actually for
okay.
January.
And so, same, I'll accept a motion to accept the January 2025 minutes into record as amended.
Motion.
Motion by Karen, second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, so that brings us to the first agenda on our first item on our regular meeting agenda, that being public hearing for site plan approval and continued review of application for site plan and subdivision approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 45 Beekman Street, High Street and High Street, submitted by Beekman Arts Center LLC. First order of business is to accept a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing for 45 Beekman.
Motion by Len,
Second.
second by Karen, all in favor?
Aye.
Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy & Fader on behalf of the applicant, Beekman Arts Center LLC and Bay Ridge Studio LLC. To my forever Valentine, R.A. Siegel's dismay, tonight is probably the first night in a few years where we haven't been together on Valentine's Day, so that gives them a few extra days to get a restaurant booked if they're not already there. In any event, tonight I'm joined by our architect, R.A. Siegel, as well as our project engineer, Justin Dates, and Phil Greeley of Colliers. As the chairman mentioned, we are before you all this evening in connection with our site plan and seeker public hearings in connection with the applicant's proposal to redevelop the property with two proposed 4-story mixed-use commercial buildings and multifamily residential buildings to be located at 45 Beekman Street and High Street. For the record, the public hearing notice, signage, and associated mailings were completed pursuant to the zoning code requirements with proof of same supplied to the city. As this is our first public hearing on the project, if I may, for the benefit of any members of the public that are attending this evening, I'll provide a summary of the project and the evolution of it since our first appearance before you back in December of 2023. So we're also having an anniversary as well. Property is generally located at the 3 intersections of North Avenue, so New York State Route 9D and Beekman, as well as High Street and Beekman Streets, and the North Avenue, New York State Route 9D and Tompkins Avenue. The property is generally comprised of 3 lots, which are presently improved by the 45 Beekman Street, has a 3-story building, commercial building, and paved parking and driveway areas. You'll all have likely seen the Ron English Pop Mart throughout the city on the site. Both High Street parcels are currently vacant, and as some of you may recall, one of these parcels closest to High Street was actually previously utilized as a contractor's storage yard. The applicant is proposing to demolish those existing structures on the 45 Beekman lot. 45 Beekman Street is irregularly shaped, the lot that is, and it fronts on North Avenue or New York State Route 9D, Tompkins Avenue, and Beekman Street, with an existing curb cut providing access to Tompkins Avenue, and a driveway leading through one of the High Street parcels to the existing curb cut at Beekman Street. The 45 Beekman Street parcel is set back generally from and down from the abutting Beekman Street, and North Avenue as the site sits down there on the hill for those that take the turn there at Beekman down towards the train station. The 2 vacant High Street lots are similarly irregularly shaped with frontages on Beekman and High Streets. All 3 lots are classified in the city's linkage zoning district with a portion of the 45 Beekman Street classified in the R17.5 as you approach Tompkins. And a portion of the vacant High Street parcels also classified in the HDLO. So there's some little pieces of the parcels that sort of go up into those districts. The premises, generally speaking, are located across from City Hall, and as you're all aware, its surrounding mixed use includes multifamily, including the high-density multifamily residential developments of The View, the West End Lofts, River Ridge, and single-family developments, in addition to some retail uses along the city's Main Street. Most recently, the board approved a 62-unit, 4-story multifamily residence on 16 West Main Street, known as Beacon Commons. While Aria and Justin will go into this a little bit further detail, just for the benefit of the public at a high level, ultimately the application's site plan consists of construction of 2 4-story buildings that are mixed use in furtherance of the purposes of the linkage district, which provides increased residential density and commercial uses along Beekman Street, leading into the waterfront and the Main Street corridor. So it's a linkage between those 2 areas. The new building program consists of 64 apartments and approximately 14,892 square feet of commercial space. The commercial space within each building hasn't been defined strictly as retail or office, but our studies all take conservative approaches to each of those 2 uses. Phil really will address how the proposed traffic and parking analysis for the project evaluates each of those components. The multifamily residences, office, and retail uses are permitted as of right in this linkage district. Both subsurface and surface parking areas comprise 91 off-street parking spaces and are proposed to service the project, with 50 subsurface parking spaces proposed and 41 spaces within the garage level beneath the 4-story building located at the 45 Beekman parcel. I'll refer to that as the Beekman building. The Beekman building will include the following. So on the first floor, we have 10,566 square feet of commercial space, so that's office and retail, and then about 2,247 square feet of tenant amenity space. On the second, third, and fourth floors, we have 45 dwellings comprising 25 one-bedroom and 22 bedroom units, which will also include below-market rate units in accordance with the city's affordable workforce housing local law. For the proposed 4-story building located on the lands comprising the High Street parcel, the program includes about 4,326 square feet of commercial, again, office and retail split, and a residential lobby, and then again, second, third, and fourth floors. In this instance, 19 dwelling units, 8 of which are 8 one-bedrooms, and 11 are 2-bedroom units. And that, again, will have a mix of below-market rate units in accordance with the city's below-market rate unit law. The surface parking spaces are proposed to be located behind and amongst the new buildings. All parking areas will be accessed by the existing driveways located off of Tompkins and Beekman Street. Existing sidewalks are located along Beekman Street and High Street, Tompkins Avenue, and North Avenue. Crosswalks are presently located on the north side of the intersection, across from North Avenue, and the west side of the intersection across from Beekman, and the entrances to the building will front on Beekman Street. As we detailed in our most recent supplemental submission on February 7th, we did update the layout and configuration of certain pedestrian access points of the Beekman Street US 90 intersection. That's been a detailed discussion we've had with the planning board. The plans now reflect what we believe to be a clearer sidewalk connection from the intersection cornering with Main Street and Beekman Building. Instead of varying the proposed hardscape in that area, as Aria will review, the applicants are now proposing a single paver treatment in herringbone pattern. At no point were we considering or will we utilize stamped pavement. The new selected pattern visually simplifies the space and clearly distinguishes that access to the building as opposed to a concrete sidewalk circulation. Mr. Dates will also review the landscaping shortly, but at a high level, we're proposing a diverse native plant palette throughout the site that includes additional shade and canopy trees, and additional species of evergreen trees and buffering in the neighborhood. We're also proposing installing landscaping in the streetscape improvements within the DOT's right-of-way on North Avenue in order to increase the attractiveness of the property as viewed from the abutting roadways, and we're working to acquire certain portions of the DOT's right-of-way to enlarge the overall project site. So ultimately, this project was designed in furtherance of the city's comprehensive plan goals and the linkage district's purposes. It was to establish, again, and assist in the transition from Main Street and the core of the waterfront area based on these development goals. We're proposing this to achieve those goals of creating and enhancing that transition. And then lastly, but not leastly, the procedural aspects of the application. Again, we're here for a site plan application and a subdivision or lot merger before this board. The public hearing tonight is again specific to the seeker and site plan reviews and not the subdivision component of the application. The application has been designed to be fully zoning compliant with the exception of a specific off-street parking setback for specific parking spaces, which is again a limited number of those spaces. And we will pursue a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for an area variance related to that setback. But for that, we do understand the project does not require any relief from the Zoning Board or the City Council. The project has undergone an extensive architectural review board review with the subcommittee and then returned to this board as the full ARB review. And those included a number of different discussions and reiterations and updates to the plan. We revised the plan to respond to a number of the comments from the subcommittee and the board, which included updating the arcade walkway, treatments on the fenestration and the corner tower to reflect less divisions and balancing the various facade components. As another procedural update, as we noted at the last meeting and as part of tonight's discussion, the application is considered a type 1 action in accordance with seeker. Our January 2nd submission to you all included a detailed seeker narrative that summarized how the applicant's detailed submissions and presentations dating back to that original November 2023 submission fully address the environmental review factors that are for your board's consideration. We have demonstrated an exhaustive analysis of the review and mitigation measures implemented by the project team and certainly would seek support in pursuing a negative declaration of significance. Since the action is located within the city's waterfront revitalization program area, we did also provide an LWRP consistency statement, and that conducts my reintroduction for the benefit of the public. At this time, I'll just turn to REA, who's got the site plan up on the screen to go through the site plan details.
Good evening. Thank you, Taylor. Took most of my presentation as usual. I'll focus on the building design and the changes that we made since the last meeting and since we've had our discussions with the ARB and then the full board. So we submitted, let's get it up here, the latest renderings based on our last conversation. So now we're sort of caught up with where we were with the renderings and where we are with the conversation. We also submitted the elevation drawings with dimensions and notes. I do have part of the sample selection. I'm still waiting for the paint colors, so I was going to bring that in all together at the next meeting, so we're not doing that in pieces. So basically these renderings show that gray-green color instead of the dark charcoal gray for the infill areas between the brick sections. We also, that elevator bulkhead was revised. It actually got a little bit longer along the front of the building, but it's made of perforated metal, similar to the finish of the glass framing up there.
You may want to sort of show those items that you're speaking to.
Okay.
Yep.
So on the fourth floor level, the glass carries across, and then above that, where we have the elevator override, it's more of a like a equipment screen type of a detailed perforated metal, and then that would also, apart from housing the elevator bulkhead, it would also serve to screen the equipment that would be rooftop mounted, and also mitigate the noise from that equipment. So although it got a little bit bigger, I think it fits in better with the rest of the building and the goal of trying to screen that material so it's not just up there for everyone to see. And that screen would be four-sided all the way around. We also had the render adjust that area between the buildings and include some cars in there so you can get a more realistic view of what the parking is like. There was an issue with how they were showing it previously, but now you can see that there's some parking spaces back there, and they're screened from the sidewalk view, but this is more realistic about what's there.
Is the grade in the background, the grass grade, does that reflect the actual grade? It doesn't reflect your landscape plan because there's a lot more screening close to the driveway edge, but I'm just wondering about the grading.
It's closer. I mean, I think they understood the idea of getting that to, reflect what's happening. I don't know if every piece of the rendering is exact, but the idea is really to, give a flavor and to show the building design. But, this is a lot closer than what they had given us before. And then also we have the rendering of the corner that reflects the changes to the site plan. As Taylor mentioned, we're using herringbone brick, and we have the planters there, benches, handrails that are also, tied into the steps and the ramps that we have there. Yeah, there is. We did talk about that telephone pole in the corner. Colliers is going to be meeting with Central Hudson in the next week or so and discussing what may or may not happen to that. So for now, we're not showing it in the rendering. There's a chance that might move or be adjusted or something. So we'll get that figured out and then reflect what's going on. And I'll just go through the other renderings here. The changes here are just, the same, the rooftop equipment screen, the colors, and like I said, I'll get you actual color samples that you can review. Nighttime view. And then this view just shows it from the approach where you're seeing the new firehouse and City Hall and some of the other developments in the area. Another view down Beekman Street. You can see the arcade and the storefronts through there. Evening view of that one. And so that's pretty much where we are with the updates to the design. And so, like I said, we're sort of caught up to where we last spoke about that.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Good evening, Justin Dates, Colliers Engineering and Design. Taylor and REA touched a lot on the site aspects. One thing I just wanted to note, the access points as they exist today, one on Beekman and then one on Tompkins Avenue, those are our continued proposed access to the project site. I'm just going to touch briefly on the site plans and the landscape and lighting plan that we have prepared for the project. As Taylor mentioned, we did have a diverse plant schedule, plant list that we proposed for the project site and how we're treating the different areas between either establishing screening for the adjacent parcels or residential parcels to the west and the north, streetscape improvement plantings, foundation accents, and as well as vegetation for within our stormwater management areas. So it is on sheet 12 of the project plans if anyone has a chance to look at them. But we're looking at, from deciduous trees, various species of maple, oak, honey locust, evergreens, which we're looking to establish as the screening to the, as I said, in the north and the west of the project site. It's a mixed hedgerow, essentially, of, we have Norway, spruce, we have white pine, we have eastern red cedar, some arborvitae, as well as some headside junipers. So diverse mix, different textures, different, colors, but is substantially evergreen. Existing out in the site now, if you've seen that, is mostly deciduous. So we recognize the need to really supplement that for a more year-long screen of the project site from the neighbors there. We've also worked in some canopy trees, again, to get some additional height. We have pin oak in there, which does hold its leaves longer than most deciduous trees, so I've used that on other projects as also a type of screen for that side of the site there. Street trees, we have some mixed in along Beekman, and then there's different ornamental trees, flowering trees like serviceberry. We have also eastern redbud. We have some hornbeams and river birch, as well as accents or ornamental trees spread out around the site. Different types of shrubs, inkberry, fothergilla, we have cotoneaster, boxwood, different types of junipers, nine bark, viburnums. Again, a pretty diverse mixture of deciduous and evergreen shrubs around the site with some perennial accents. Regarding the lighting for the project, we are looking at dark sky compliant fixtures. We have poles as well as building mounting lights, and also bollards to accent pathways and also light up our parking area behind the buildings. So that's all I have for now.
I just have a quick question
Yeah,
on the planting. The rendering of the corner entrance on the north side of the plaza shows 3 kind of tall, evergreen-looking plants. Yeah, that's off. It's off to the right of that image there.
We have lower grown. We have some boxwood. The only upright vegetation we have there is the hornbeam. There's only 2 on the corner there. And then where we have the planting adjacent to the sculpture pad there, that's the cotoneaster. So that's low growing.
Okay, gotcha.
So what we're seeing in the rendering as far as landscaping is not representative of your actual landscaping plan, is that right?
I think just that one, what you're looking at there on the right, there is that upright kind of conical plant. That's not really the shape or form of a hornbeam, so it would be slightly different. But everything else is low growing like that. So we could look to swap out those.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no, we can, it's just, it's all a matter of, the ability to read a landscaping plan, which, we are and we're doing, as compared to, what you're representing in the renderings, which are a little bit more easily digestible, you know what I mean? So it's just a matter of what certain people viewing will take as what you're actually installing.
Proposing, sure.
Right, so when they're disparate between the renderings, and I understand why, the renderings don't necessarily always follow, especially as it relates to the landscaping.
Sure.
There could be some confusion, that's all.
Looking for some just closer match, better aligned. Yep. We'll work on that. Okay. And then Phil Greeley from Colliers to speak on the traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Philip Greeley from Colliers Engineering and Design. We prepared the traffic and parking study for this project. I'll start with parking. Based on utilizing ITE, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers data, together with the city code, we identified a peak demand of 89 parking spaces. So the proposed parking would accommodate that in terms of peak utilization. The traffic study, which was done, we've been working together with New York State DOT and your consultant on the review of that work. The traffic study identified existing conditions, included traffic projections for the site, as well as traffic projections for projects that are either approved, not yet built, or projects that are in the review process in the city, and looked at certain mitigation based on those combined traffic numbers. The mitigation called for modifications to the phasing at North Avenue, 9D, and Beekman Street. We had recent conversations with the New York State DOT. They are in agreement with that phasing modification. They also are requiring us to upgrade some of the crosswalks, to add an additional crosswalk. And then we had also looked at, the project has significant right-of-way along North Avenue. We had looked at the provision of a right turn lane southbound on North Avenue. DOT does not want that constructed at this point in time, but there is room with the project to allow for that if it were needed in the future. And in terms of the land along Beekman Street, there's excess land that the DOT has, and we are in the process of obtaining that. That review has been completed in the regional office, and they have agreed with that. It's now in Albany with the PER group, and make the determination on the movement of that property to us. So that is still ongoing.
Quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Actually, maybe two, just relative to that. The excess land and that transfer, is any part of that a part of the potential future right turn lane? Or are they
No.
totally distinct? Okay.
It's all along Beekman.
And then just curious whether in their sharing with you, as you just stated, that they don't like the idea of introducing the right-hand turn lane right now. Do they say why?
Two reasons. One is for pedestrian movements, they prefer not to have an added lane at that location. In looking at the volumes, they felt that it wasn't needed now. They looked at the design in terms of, to make sure the ability of that, if it was needed in the future, could be constructed. And I think that's, the gist of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
your
just curious whether they
consultant-
gave you a rationale.
I don't know if your consultant, and we had a call with Ken and John with DOT. I don't know if there was any further discussion of it, but
Keeping them honest.
No,
You were on the call.
Mr. Gurley is correct. They were concerned with lengthening the crosswalk there by adding the additional lane, and they didn't feel the volume warranted a right turn lane at this
Understood.
time.
And then just last question, just because you covered it, the signaling changes, which they agreed
Yes.
would be necessary, that you recommended. They're going to implement those then?
we will have to implement them as part of our permit. They may decide to do it beforehand, but right now it's our responsibility to make those changes
Got it.
as part of the project. They are finishing their adaptive system. They're, I think, working on the final touches. The adaptive system that runs from Beekman up through the I-84 interchange that's been in the works.
Yep.
They're in the process of finalizing that now, so,
Thank you.
okay? Thank you very much.
What else?
That's it for now.
That's it?
Indeed.
Okay, so good. We'll make our way around the table, starting with our consultants, and then we'll go to the public. Natalie, I know you have some notes you highlighted for the applicant.
Yeah.
Perhaps you want to share, maybe highlight them for us as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think some of it has already been touched upon. One, that there was just the consistency between the rendering and the site plan, and I think you already kind of talked about that, especially just kind of that middle space and the front plaza, and I think just those are two critical aspects kind of of the pedestrian experience. So where we can kind of better align those, I think would be helpful for visualizing the project, both for the board and the public. Second comment has to do about the main entrance on the corner of Beekman and Route 9D. I appreciate the applicant made changes based on the comments made at the last planning board meeting. There's previously a number of different kind of pedestrian access points at that corner that made it look a little bit convoluted. And so what they've done to kind of open up that space, so no matter what crosswalk you're crossing at, you kind of, you alight, you get off right there, and you're kind of at the entrance, and you're at that plaza. So I think those changes are definitely supportable in terms of simplifying and opening up that space. And then I appreciate the comment about the pole. This just kind of came up in the conversation there is, and again, this maybe goes back to point one in terms of just showing us, I know that it might not be possible to maybe move those poles necessarily, but it's worth kind of just considering that as part of the design of this plaza, because there is a large utility pole there as well as a pedestrian crossing button. So as we're thinking about the design of the plaza, I think that just helps to think about it. And yeah, so that's,
I appreciate your side-by-side, too. It's really accurate. This is the pole you're talking about.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. There's
Yeah.
the utility pole and then the push button. So
Yeah.
they,
So
now that we've
applicant-
widened it, you know, that now the plaza's widened, you can maybe easily navigate around those, but I think it's helpful to kind of see them together, so you know what the experience will actually be.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful. Applicant mentioned that there may be some movement of that pole. Did I hear that correctly?
I'll let Justin speak to it, but Colliers is going to be meeting with Central Hudson to consider. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna be meeting with Central Hudson just to see what could possibly, if anything, be done with the pole. There are other poles along the line of Beekman that we're also looking at. One definitely needs to be relocated for the construction of the building. And then we'll also just speak to them about this particular pole
Yeah,
as well.
it falls at a rather unfortunate, I mean, people could certainly walk around it, but just in terms of your
Yeah.
plaza, it's probably the worst part possible.
Yeah, I think that the pole and also the ped pole there is, they're
Yeah.
kind of close together there, so, it's not kind of stretching out across the entire walkway area.
Yeah.
So if anything, they are, kind of condensed in one location, then we can get a way around that, so.
Yeah, and I will say, just as far as the updates you've made to, again, I call it plaza, it sounds more grand than it is, but that corner condition, simplification, much better.
Great. Appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for putting the work in, appreciate it.
And then the last comment, happy to hear that all the lighting is dark sky compliant. I think we had just talked about the additional specifications for lighting were forthcoming. Let me just. Oh, so the lighting that we have seen as discussed is kind of the bollards on the exterior and then the poles in the parking facility. So I was just kind of curious, the arcade on the ground floor is an interesting and kind of unique aspect of this development. So I was curious to know what the exterior lighting within that arcade is going to be to ensure that that space is lit. So I think that piece is still forthcoming. Yeah.
Yes.
So that, just keeping that comment on there until we see those.
Okay,
That's it.
thanks. Speaking of forthcoming, John, you have a list of things still yet to be,
I do, and a
Submitted.
lot of their comments, they're waiting to hear back from DOT on the acquiring of the land before they move forwards with addressing some of the comments. They're still working on the utilities. As we were concerned, some of the homes on Tompkins may be tied into the private sewer line that runs through. They have found one. They still have not been able to dye test some of the other homes there. Although they continue to make temps, they haven't been able to confirm whether they tie into this sewer line that runs through their property or if it actually ties out. I spoke with Colliers today. They're looking at trying to get out there again, and knock on some doors, and also televise the sewer on Tompkins to see if they can make some determinations. They did submit a SWIP. That SWIP is now going to need to be updated to reflect the new stormwater regulations that were just adopted. So they'll take care of that. And then the other thing I was noticing is the site section diagrams, looking from High Street towards the buildings. On the back of the property, on the property line, you have a stone wall, retaining wall that exists along the wall, but these site sections are not showing that wall system at all. It's just showing the slope. So those should be updated to reflect those walls that are existing there.
that wall's within your parcel? It's on a shared property then?
Shared property line, but they're showing views from houses further up High Street down.
We can only
That
show
view-
the views from the public perspective perspective from the roads, we can't, it wouldn't be either appropriate to show views from a single family, from a residence, it's public view locations, so the views that we'll be able to provide, well, I think there was a comment this evening that was able to provide a view from their property, we're limited to the public rights of way.
What? I don't know what you just said.
They're showing it
Sorry.
already in here.
Yeah.
And
right,
showing
from-
views from the
from
back
hi-
of a house.
Are you talking about take views photographs?
So we're talking about the site sections where we can provide, so,
I see. Okay, sorry.
yep, two different things, and I think John is mentioning, we have the site section, which is right,
Right.
versus, I'll just stop talking.
Yeah, you confused
I
me.
don't want to confuse anybody, John knows where I'm going.
So they had sheet A104, had site sections,
Yeah.
looking what people would see, the perspectives, looking from High Street,
Mm-hmm.
towards the building on High Street, towards the one on Beekman.
Yep.
But in those sections, they're not showing the
They're not
retaining
showing that
wall
wall.
that's on, right.
Yep.
Right.
As far as I understand, you can only take it from the public space, but these plans are also showing perspective views from somebody towards the
Right,
back
I
of
was
the
speaking
house.
to the like the actual, going to what the chairman was saying, which is like a photograph, visual representation like that versus the height of where that property is through the site, which is what this is representing. And there's a public comment that was included in the packet tonight that is included, that has photographs from a residence property. So I think you'll see that.
Maybe
During the
it'll
public
become more
comments.
clear later.
It will become very clear later.
Okay. Anything else, John?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Board, any questions or other observations for the applicant?
I just had some information I wanted to, you mentioned there were new stormwater regulations?
Yes. New general permit,
The training next month is.
new general permit 025 for construction activity
Okay,
has been issued by DEC, became effective January 29th.
like silt protection, that sort of thing?
More or less defines what can be done during construction, how, what's allowed to be used, so on and so forth. So any SWIP that's currently under design, they'll have to update to include all the requirements of that permit.
Thanks, I just was curious.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Nothing? Okay. So we'll go to the public. Just by raise of hands, how many people are here to speak on this tonight? I'll put it right here. How many people are here? So, okay. Great. How many people are here to speak on this particular? Thank you. So just real quick, I'm going to go through our guidelines for comment at public hearing, part of which talks about timing for public comment, but I'll run through this, because it's always good to refresh. Speakers must step to the podium and address the planning board. Before addressing the planning board, a speaker must give their name, address, and organization, if any for the record. Just make sure that Mercedes can hear you, your name and your address. Thank you. Speakers shall address all members of the planning board and shall avoid speaking at any one member directly or to the applicant or the general public present at the meeting. A speaker's individual time to speak at a public hearing may not exceed 5 minutes. There's instances where we can reduce time, but we'll allow, that's why I did the raise of hands, we'll allow 5 minutes for each speaker. 5 minutes max, please. Speakers shall observe commonly accepted rules of courtesy, decorum, dignity, and good taste. Any statements, comments, or remarks made by a speaker shall not concern the motives of a member of the planning board and shall not constitute a personal and/or political attack or criticism of any member of the planning board or any officer of the city, any consultant of the city, any employee of the city or public. The audience shall be respectful of all speakers and shall refrain from comments and gestures such as clapping, cheering, or booing, private discussions, cell phone use, or otherwise interfere with the meeting. Any speaker who fails to conform their conduct to the rules shall be directed by the chair to cease speaking and yield the floor. And the applicant and applicant's representatives shall not be bound to the time limit set forth herein, but shall be allowed to speak for such time as permitted in the sole discretion of the chair. So, great. We'll just kind of go from, I guess, the front. Why don't, yes, sure. Teresa always gets to go first, so we'll make her go second. Good evening.
I think I need a fob to do this, or you have a...
Oh, you're the gentleman with the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I had, because it, you know, how technical everything is, I sent you a copy of my PowerPoint.
Yep.
But let me see if I can get this much better.
So, and just a quick reminder, 5 minutes max, please. Oh, thank you. Len usually is quick with the clock. Just start it when he's ready, though.
Just get rid of them? This? And then what? That's it. What do you, can I get him?
Up, now you've done it. Here he comes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to my desktop, actually.
How was this uncovered? Yeah, but it's got to go.
I'm sorry.
So how was this uncovered? I guess
It's always been there.
It's software.
The wall, you mean?
Well, the historical nature of it. Yeah. I mean, in the run-up to this application, I went to the Beacon Historical Society and asked for Sanborn maps and photos of existing buildings that are on this property, and just, anyhow, are we good to go?
Looks like it.
I was a little, seeing your other things, I was hoping that you'd be able to see some of my pictures and stuff. Anyways,
Name
my
and
name
address.
is Robert
Yeah.
Fiorito.
Thank you.
I live at 16 High Street, and I border this project on the High Street Beekman side, and I border about 177 feet, which I'll go through this. So. And I'm going to comment on a couple things. There's some questions about a grassy knoll, which doesn't exist. And I actually have pictures of the retaining wall, which is like 139 years old, because my house was built in 1889. So, what to do? Let's get this in. So what I'm going to go through, I'm going to do a short introduction. I'm going to go over Beekman Street and High Street key site plan, 16 High Street property map of survey, High Street elevations, High Street building project rear parking lot, 16 High Street retaining wall details, 16 High Street retaining wall additional photos, suggestion additional retaining wall, additional concerns and current view of historic High Street. So this paper highlights an existing historical retaining wall which represents the property line between 16 High Street and 45 Beekman Street and High Street commercial and residential mixed-use project. The mixed... Oh, sorry. Okay. The mixed-use project shows a parking lot behind the building which could compromise the existing retaining wall structure and in turn cause significant property damage to 16 High Street, the adjacent property. Due to erosion from rain, water, and melting snow, High Street properties are built on a hill where the mixed-use project sits at the bottom of this hill. This paper will highlight concerns pertaining to a needed setback when constructing the parking lot and recommendations on how to ensure the integrity of this historical High Street retaining wall. Okay, so this over here is the full key plan. I'm going to be concentrating over here to the right-hand side of the Beekman High Street project. And as you see, they did put a little black line on here for a retaining wall. And it actually goes along and it goes all the way up here, this is my property, okay? So, this is my property site plan, okay? 16 High Street, structure was built in 1889. The wall age is possibly 136 years old. 16 High Street dwelling, garage, my garage, which is right here, is only 16 feet 8 inches from that retaining wall, which is the shared property line. Okay, my property line, shared property line, is 116 feet to where that mixed-use building's going with the proposed parking lot, and then there's an additional 57 feet behind my house where additional parking lot will go. The 57-foot section has already been compromised by erosion. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. And my understanding in looking at my survey and site plan is that that retaining wall is my property line, that my property owns it. So that's something might be in some question as we looked at. This here is a topographical map of Beacon, okay? So Beacon topographical map shows the steepness of High Street, okay? At the top of High Street, you're at 140 feet, okay? You come down to my house, 16 High Street, you've already dropped to 120 feet, okay? And then you come down to where the project is, the Beekman High Street project is at 103 feet, okay? So water from rain and melting snow eventually flowed to the proposed project site. Red indicates the building, which I have right here. And if you can see these topographical lines, you can understand how steep this is, okay? So the retaining wall is crucial to preventing erosion and maintaining the structural integrity of 16 High Street property, right? So this is my house right here, okay? You look at this topographical map, and I look out my window, and after heavy snows and rain, this property is very, very wet. And that's why they're probably not doing a garage in that site, because they'd have an in-ground swimming pool, to be honest with you. So this is here what they proposed, the High Street building rear parking lot. And again, as you had said, this does not represent at all what the actual lot looks like, okay? And they can walk in here and take pictures.
Just real quick, you're at 5 minutes. So let's...
Okay, I'll go quick. So my house is a lot closer, and there's a retaining wall. This doesn't really show, and this length of this parking lot, you're saying 99.5 feet. I'm not sure where that ends. So here, what we were talking about before, this is the actual retaining wall, and this retaining wall is a hand-built retaining wall used with no mortar, and there's a hill that comes down that supports this retaining wall, as you can see here. Over the years, people have who've used this lot and have owned the lot, they've over the years have nibbled away at this dirt here, and they've gotten as close as they can before, if they take any more dirt out of this coming up the retaining wall, this retaining wall structure will probably start to fail, and my property's going to start sliding down. Okay, and I'm only, like I said, 18 feet from this.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you here and ask a question? The conclusion you get to is that the proposal to do a 3-foot retaining wall going along the front, where are you getting that from?
Well, so I'm right there in the next slide. I'll talk about that. So this is just stepping back and see how the prior people who've had this lot have just dug away. And you see this wall way up there. You can't remove any more of this dirt, okay? Or this wall is going to start failing. So this is what you're just talking about. So taking this map that they have, and I'm taking it into question, you know, the visual and such. They have this retaining wall here, they have this parking lot. So basically what I'm saying where that hill is, if they're gonna build this parking lot, if they were to build it right up to that retaining wall, which is my wall, I believe, that wall is going to be compromised and my property's going to be compromised. That whole side of the hill is going to be compromised. So if this project goes forward, there needs to be kind of this is only proposing about a setback, say 20 feet, where they could build a 3-foot retaining wall, use backfill from the project and put shrubs and stuff, and it'll look really nice. But it will retain that retaining wall and that structural integrity of the hill. So this here is the lot looking down at from my house. You see right here? And look at this, I'm right there. So this is very crucial to me, that this hill doesn't start breaking away and sliding. Who's gonna pay for my house, right? Another thing is, 25% of High Street is now gonna be open to this lot. You're coming up High Street. And another thing they didn't show is, you see these trees? There's a huge canopy of mature trees that runs along Beekman Street, runs here, alongside a High Street here, which protects all these homes along here, the view of this property. And also behind, it's all homes. You don't have that grassy knoll going up. It's actually very steep. And you have trees there which will probably be taken down. So all these beautiful natural trees are gonna be like taken down for what? You know, put up a shrub? So this is the existing picture of High Street from right outside the door here. And this is what it's been looking like for, what, 100 years? And this might be the last time, if this project really goes forward, that you'll actually see the picture of High Street like this. But you can also see the steepness of this. And this is why I'm very concerned about my property, 177 feet along this. They cannot take that hill out, and they cannot put a parking lot up to that wall. And thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions. I did send this to you. You guys have it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next. Teresa, he took 8 minutes, you only get 2. And where's your PowerPoint?
I left my paper in the printer at the last meeting I was at. My name's Teresa Kraft, I live in Ward 3. I'm opposed to the scale of this project and do not believe it should be granted site plan and subdivision approval. There is nothing peaceful and calming in this proposal, and it would negatively impact the traffic flow and safety at this already congested intersection. This is an unsightly project crammed into the gateway into Beacon. It will be an eyesore, not a destination. It hits on all the marks that will tarnish what is left of this calming quarter. The light pollution will look like the blazing hospital across the river. Its clock tower will look like an air traffic control tower. The surrounding neighbors impacted by this project should not be denied their quality of life existence. If you are to approve this project based on this long-winded submission and interpretations based on their own unreasonable request, Beacon might not as well have a building inspector, no city building codes, and no ZBA. Vote no, please. These public hearings come too late in the planning process. As we have heard earlier this evening, this has been on the table for years. There are built-in approvals and backdoor agreements. You might deny that they happen at this table, but they happen in this administration. Long before the public can voice their opinions and valid concerns, we see it time and time again. Unfortunately, in the building approval process in the city of Beacon, a lot of the applicant's time and monies are spent in developing overdeveloped site plans, drawings, parking studies, traffic studies, mostly all designed by the same cookie-cutter architect and represented by the same legal firm. Reading the application and submissions, it's easy to see these comparisons from one project to another. Whatever is decided for that corner will impact the look and feel of this community as a whole. Stop giving this applicant hope by sending them back to make minor changes to fit into the historic streetscape. Just say no. Please deny this site plan and subdivision approval. Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
Hello, my name is Katie Helmuth. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I live in Ward
What's
1,
your address?
17 Willow Street.
Okay, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And I won't slouch over.
Yeah, repeat your address, please. I
Okay,
interrupted you.
there we go. My name is Katie Helmuth, living in Ward 1, 17 Willow Street. I am in favor of this proposed project. As a 4-story building, it seems like it will sit low from the street. The garage seems convenient. If anything, I would wish that there was more apartment units in this building and others throughout the city that would include 3 and 4 bedrooms if the demand is there. There are families who have trouble moving out of their 2-bedroom apartments to stay in Beacon. Families have been moving out in search of more space. There is a submitted comment letter from neighbors in 30 Beekman Street stating that they are concerned about traffic and noise congestion. They say currently there is a lot of development happening within Beacon, and the concern is that we lose the quietness of why we bought a place in Beacon and fear that Beacon becomes too overdeveloped too quickly. I believe 30 Beekman Street is the large apartment complex called The Views that is across the street from this proposed building. That building also has 4 stories and is quite large and quite nice. I've been inside to attend events on the top floor. Since The Views got built, this area seems to still be quiet. I am not understanding why neighbors would want in a large apartment building are refusing to have a similar apartment building built across the street from them. As for the number of commercial units offered, based on how quickly storefronts on Main Street are being filled when a business leaves, it seems like, I'm going to breathe, these storefronts will find interested businesses. Large commercial spaces seem to be more difficult to fill. Having more commercial storefront spaces may help keep rent in check on Main Street, but it might not matter, as people still want to be on Main Street. If there is more parking down there, then that is a draw for customers. Each will be in a different environment and does not seem like it will be a threat to Main Street. The concept of the arcade seems nice. Brett's Hardware and Two Way Brewery may not mind the increased foot traffic this will generate. Two Way Brewery was once for sale, and it may help with a future sale if there are more people down there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
All right, my name is Edwin Chong. I live on 20 High Street. And just earlier there was talk about the idea of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm not sure if that was mentioned in relation to this project in particular, but I do think it's an important consideration to preserving Beacon's character, right? And I think we've seen renderings of these buildings in isolation and in relation to each other, but I'd really like to have them also considered in the context of the surrounding houses on High Street, since part of that development fronts on High Street. And High Street, as I'm sure some of you are aware, right, has a really distinct aesthetic. For example, the New York Times, in talking about Beacon, has highlighted High Street in particular, noting the brightly colored Victorian houses that line it. And I'm wondering how this proposal kind of lines up against that. And again, even here, it's kind of the two buildings, but not really in relation to what's on High Street. And I think it's an important consideration when thinking about how new developments fit into the city and kind of maintaining consistency and cohesiveness and character with the rest of the surrounding neighborhood and the city itself, because I think we can all appreciate responsible growth, but I think it needs to happen in a way that fits with the existing city. And to the point about, I guess, other developments lining Beekman, yes, it's true there are similar buildings to this, but again, I think they fit in with what's on that side of Beekman, right? You have the View fitting in with West End Lofts, and that maintains the consistency. But in relation to the Victorians that line High Street, I think this is a little bit different. So just kind of would love to have that taken into consideration when considering approval of this project.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is James Ellinger. I'm at West Church Street. I strongly oppose the development as presented for 45 Beekman. The development fails on multiple fronts to comply with the stated goals and mandates of the City of Beacon Council and the clearly written policies, namely the comprehensive plan and the linkage district plan, which stipulate clear guidelines regarding compatibility, character, design standards, specifically stating preserve and enhance the unique character of the City of Beacon and support a sense of design context that appropriately relates to historic buildings, general facade, window patterns, and traditional streetscapes. The proposed Beacon plan fails to meet these mandates in the following ways. The scale, first of all, the proposed buildings dwarf all buildings in the immediate area significantly. On each one of the three corners of Beekman and 9D, you'll find City Hall, historically designated single 1 to 4 family residences. In the current form, they would overshadow and dominate the landscape in what can be described as the entrance to the business district of Beacon. Structures of this size fail the basic tenet of the comprehensive plan as it states, quote, new construction should be comparable with its surroundings as related to footprint, size, setting, roof line, building envelope, size, scale, and mass. Two, the aesthetics. The proposed building misses the aesthetics points pointed out by the comprehensive plan and the linkage district documents. Drawings show dark green buildings with sections of brick which do not match the character of the area where historically designated colors are required. Furthermore, the city documents specifically state that metal siding is not to be used and shall not be permitted. This development is awash in metal siding, not window framing as has been suggested. Three, the environmental footprint. The descriptions of non-environmental impact beg further research. From the east, north, and west, all water flows down to this site. The extensive tree and shrub anchors that exist are likely the main deterrent from serious groundwater issues. Residents have noted that manhole covers in the area of two-way brewing have expelled volumes of water and that pressure on 9D is not currently adequate. In addition, the linkage district plan renderings show clear, distinct tree covering between the street and the sidewalk, the street transition zone, creating an essential barrier between pedestrians and vehicle traffic. The Beekman plan ignores this guidance by offering minimal trees and aligns them close to the structure, leaving an uncovered and open area between the sidewalk and the street. For the traffic study did not show the one key data element necessary to assess the intersection of Beekman and 9D, that is the volume of traffic flowing out that sits idle in the intersection during the busy periods leaving the train station. Any changes in the area should include input from Beacon Traffic and Safety so that issue is not exacerbated. As I understand it, they have not been called in to comment. The proposal fails, in summary, by not following the regulations and requirements and by not considering the realities of Beacon in this very prominent location. The proposal uses the comprehensive plan and the linkage district as justification when the city is suffering under the weight of overdevelopment, astronomical rents, both residential and commercial, and a crisis of affordability. An embarrassing, frustrating commentary on our city is that this very property used to house Spire Studios, home to artists and part of the vibrant creative class that Beacon owes its every penny of growth to. Most, if not all of those artists no longer have studios in Beacon. Many have been forced out of Beacon due to affordability. The performative language in the proposal mocks the original intent of our civic priorities, saying that the area will be vibrant over and over, mimic what was once an issue for Beacon, but is fundamentally to ignore the realities of 45 Beekman. This development brings nothing to Beacon, its residents, its community, its character. It's simply an awkward, out-of-step development. And I strongly urge the planning board to look closely at where this proposal fails to meet the directives laid out in the comprehensive plan and the linkage district plan. In both, 45 Beekman runs counter to the stated requirements. And I also urge a sincere and reflective look at what this development means to the character of Beacon and what it signals about our community values and commitment to what makes Beacon unique. As the chair noted, this is an opportunity missed. I could not agree more. In its current state, the development remains an opportunity missed wholly and entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Larry Forrest. This is Mary Ellen Case. We live on 9 High Street. Everything that everybody says is pretty much relevant to what's going on. It's just that where the building on Beekman and 9D are, that is a big drainage ditch that they're turning it on to. And it's 20 feet below the ground as it is now. And they're gonna put a parking garage down in there. I don't see how the wetlands are going to allow that to happen. Okay? And the building is not historically societed to whatever else is in the area. It just looks like an industrial building with a lot of glass and a lot of metal, some brick. And it doesn't look like it belongs in the area. That's what I have to say. And I agree with whatever he says.
And I'm Mary Ellen Case. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So we live at 9 High Street. I can't even tell what it's going to look like across from our house because we see nothing of the back of these renderings. So right now we have, some trees. I don't know if the development that's supposed to go in next to two-way, that was supposed to happen, if that's happening too. I call it the raceway down to the train because of where we sit. We see the cars racing all the time to make the train, so I think there's issues with traffic. lighting, ever since 30 Beekman came in, and this time of year, we can't even look out our bedroom window because we're so up high, and all I see is that, all the lights going up the walkway. High Street's was a one-way street, not when I've lived here so far, but I can see how it's very dangerous as a two-way, particularly on this one spot of the hill. We've had issues with our sewer, just because we are toward the bottom. So I think that there's just going to be continuous issues. I was very upset about whether or not the building would historically fit in, just because we've really worked hard to really make our houses as nice as we can. It's not cheap. So I'm vehemently, if that's such a word, opposed to this development. I think that it doesn't fit in with High Street, particularly. I have an office on the corner of Tompkins and 9D. There's constantly traffic backed up, so I sort of challenge how it cannot be a traffic issue as well. And I guess maybe that's just about it.
Thank you.
For today.
Sorry, if you do have more, please, into the mic. Thank you.
Renderings on the street look okay, but what about behind the building?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I have no behind to see.
Thank you.
What are we going to be looking?
Inclusive, what it's going to look like behind there, because I've been walking through there all the time with my dogs, and it doesn't seem like all that space is going to be.
Seems like a
adequate
lot
enough.
of building in a little small space. It just seems that way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Traditionally, we do prepare written responses to these comments, which we're certainly pleased to do, and will always do. But if the board had specific questions that they wanted us to try and address this evening, we could certainly do so. But notably, we're going to prepare written responses to these 6 comments.
Yeah, no, I was going to emphasize, I think, a number of these issues you may want to address, and, obviously, your doing so will make them a part of the public record. So folks here who have expressed their concerns will have the ability to hear from you directly. So thank you. I will also mention that there have been a number of letters received. Those are all, as they've been received, now a part of the official record as well as the public comment here. So we'll keep the public hearing open.
And if I may, the 2 comment letters that were received in writing, those were 2 commenters that also spoke tonight. So there's only been 2 other letters received.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there was only 2 letters received on this application.
Only 2? Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I saw more. Maybe that
That's
was
the-
for
that's the next public hearing.
another application, okay. Yes, because there are quite a few for that one. Great, so.
Great, and if I may, just for purposes of procedure, understanding that we're involved in the seeker review as part of this hearing, if the board might see fit in asking or considering having its attorney prepare a draft seeker determination that goes through these factors, that way we can try and walk through. I think many of these items are already addressed in much of our materials, but we'll certainly be sure to respond to them in more depth. But just to ask that it might be set for drafting a resolution that we might walk through. It's not saying to ask the board to make a secret determination, but be able to review these specific items.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good interval to do just that, to authorize draft and spend time reviewing that draft together next month. So with that, I will ask for a motion to authorize Jennifer's office to develop draft determination on secret. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else we can do this evening for you?
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep the public hearing.
We are. I just mentioned that. We're keeping the public hearing open, yep. So, next item on the agenda. Is public hearing and continued review of applications for site plan approval and subdivision approval, mixed-use commercial use and residential, 42430 Fishkill Avenue, submitted by DKH Realty LLC.
Good evening. I used my joke, so now I'm going right into this presentation this evening.
You got one, and that's it. If
might
you
be
used it
more.
up, we're done, right?
For the record, Taylor
Good.
Palmer with the law. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just, so before we start
Good,
the public
thank you.
hearing on this, I just I think it makes sense, given what's going on at the city council, to have a little bit of a precursor to the public hearing. And I know Taylor's going to go through a presentation of the application for the benefit of the public. But obviously, the planning board is aware that the city council has discussed the introduction of a local law that would prohibit drive-through facilities throughout the city of Beacon, which would include this site, obviously. Regardless of those discussions, the planning board also understands that its legal obligation is to continue to process this application based on the law that exists today, which allows drive-through facilities on this site. That's already been a determination made by the building inspector back in December. And the building inspector is the city official charged with the legal responsibility for interpreting the zoning code. So the planning board will continue to process this application in the same fashion that it has been doing and in the same fashion as any other application. Last month, the planning board scheduled a public hearing to be heard tonight. Tonight, the board will open that public hearing. We'll consider whether to close it, and we'll consider whether to direct a resolution after the public hearing comments have been heard. I know that the applicant is aware of the legislation that is being discussed at the city council, but just for the record, I want to make sure, that the applicant confirms that they are aware of that and indicates that they do want to proceed tonight with the application.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Yes, we are aware and we are proceeding with the application, and we are certainly also in communication now with the City Council with respect to hopeful suggestions that they consider adjustments to the way that language is more consistent with the recommendations of the Planning Board at a presentation back in December. So ultimately, we're certainly reached out to the Council and let them know our concerns with specifically or narrowly tailoring new law towards the specific project. So we're proceeding, as Ms. Gray said, with our looking to proceed with the public hearing tonight.
Good.
So with that, we can have a motion to open the public hearing.
I love a good sort of attorney repartee at the beginning of every single application. That's nice. Yes, with that, first order of business is a motion to open the public hearing for this application. I'll accept the motion.
Motion.
Motion by Lynn.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. You may remember such films that know. Good evening. Taylor Palmer with Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I'm joined by Chris Raffaelli, our architect, not the cookie cutter one from the previous application, and the engineer Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design. Our traffic and park consultants are Phil Grilly and Rich D'Andrea from Colliers, and Phil is joining us this evening. As Jennifer and the chairman mentioned, we are before you this evening in connection with our public hearing. This is for a lot merger and site plan approval application, proposing to merge the 3 lots that comprise the property and adaptively reuse the existing building for a proposed mixed-use development, which includes a Dunkin' Coffee House with accessory drive-through, additional first-floor commercial space, and residential units on the second floor. For the record, as this is a public hearing, notice and signage, as well as the associated mailings for publication were completed pursuant to the zoning requirements with proof of same supplied to Mercedes. As our first public hearing, if I may, for the benefit of the members of the public that are joining us this evening, I'll provide a summary of the property and the project that's before the board on for hearing tonight. As is detailed in our submissions to the board, we are again proposing to adaptively reuse the existing building on the property, which many recall as being the Healy Ford car dealership, an active car dealership on the property. Currently, the premises is improved by an existing 1-story and partial 2-story building and associated off-street parking areas. The property is presently classified in the GB General Business District, and it abuts property in the city's LI or light industrial, HI, heavy industrial, not light industrial, zoning district, and the property is not in the city's HDLO. The surrounding area includes a mix of industrial, commercial, as well as residential uses, including a gas station, a laundromat, restaurants, professional service offices, a repair, automobile repair, and 2 former car dealerships that are being rehabilitated at this time into a Carvana car dealership, as well as a place of worship. The applicant, again, is proposing to reuse the portions of the existing building as the Dunkin' Coffee House with the accessory drive-through. The Dunkin' Coffee House and accessory drive-through will be located within the northern portion of the first floor of the building. The accessory drive-through will be located behind the building, consisting of a menu ordering board on the southeastern corner of the building and a pickup window there. We have significant queuing space as well for any queuing of vehicles, again, which Mr. Greeley will touch on during his presentation. For those of you keeping track at home, this Dunkin' Coffee House is being proposed effectively directly across the street from where the former Dunkin' without drive-through was located, essentially across from Townsend, next to Townsend. It should also be noted, as I'm sure many of you experienced, Dunkin' utilizes and heavily relies on the accessory drive-through service and mobile ordering to provide for its customers. There are numerous letters of support that were received from the community that highlight their support with this application, some noting the convenience, the affordability, as well as the job creation, among others, that the project, in particular the Dunkin' drive-through and its use, will bring to this corridor. We've noted this in previous applications, but for purposes of the application itself, Dunkin' has been using mobile ordering applications for over a decade, recognizing its patrons' reliance on the mobile ordering and its growing utilization for phone applications and pre-ordering and mechanisms, all to help keep things flowing smoothly through the drive-through. And again, a predominance of coffee is actually distributed. I prefer the egg and cheese, but that's me. The project aligns with the permitted uses in the district and the goals that we understood that the Fishkill Avenue Committee was considering. The applicant employed a number of proposed site improvements that are in line with these FAC committee recommendations, designed to enhance the pedestrian experience and support bicycle transportation within that corridor. Some of those just that will be, I think, more specifically spelled out in the site plan review, include curbing along Fishkill Avenue to define 2 specific entry points off of Fishkill Avenue where the current frontage is the whole site, where it's fully paved and has no defined driveway locations as present. We're including a 13-foot trademarked land-banked sidewalk area along the frontage of the building, the frontages of the property, that would provide for pedestrian and/or bicycle access facilities that may be recommended by the committee. So an open sort of book to when the committee decides what it ultimately looks to have there. This project would implement that rather than sort of do the same work twice. We included a pedestrian crosswalk and 2 solar flashing LED blinker signs at the intersection of Townsend and Fishkill Avenue, along with crosswalk ahead signs and Fishkill Avenue 200 feet in advance of this crosswalk. So we've included new pedestrian access movements, again, sort of emphasizing the pedestrian friendliness of this site, certainly compared to what is existing condition today. A bicycle rack and benches are also proposed on the site. The brick facade changes are significant to the existing facility. You'll see during the presentation some side-by-sides of existing versus proposed conditions. We have substantial, thank you, Mr. Raffaelli, or whoever's controlling the system at home. There's substantial landscaping and a patio along the property, which has been expanded based on comments from the consultants as the project has gone along. Very much and very importantly, we do have a proposed access easement, effectively a walking path between the Fishkill Avenue and the future Greenway Trail, or the Rail Trail, Heritage Trail, whatever it may become known as, whatever acronym we'll give it then. But that would be the first connection along this section. So that's certainly proposed here, which is just an adaptive reuse project. And also, ultimately, we also discussed about a parking area for shared use with the laundromat, where currently it kind of parks into the city's right-of-way. So we're helping to try and alleviate additional conditions, not even on our site. So at the end of the day, this is an adaptive reuse of an existing building that's already constructed. And the whole site today is mostly impervious surfaces, which the applicant is working to improve through the implementation of some green space areas, landscaping, and patio and connection. With that, I will turn to, I think I'm going to go to you first, Chris, or you want to go to Mr. Bodendorf? Yeah. All right, I'll have Mr. Raffaelli, the architect, speak to our site plan. And I should note that this is also a type 2 action under seeker.
Good evening, Chris Raffaelli with Studio Architecture. So last month we kind of focused on maybe the stair tower a bit in its design and adjusting the windows, some brick relief and design. So we've adjusted the tower, we've lowered the overall height from what it was last time, introduced a larger piece of glass in the front, eliminated that clock. I don't know, can you zoom in on that a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So we've introduced some brick detailing in where the wall sconces are, the corners of the building, some relief at the top to help define the parapet over the glass. That's essentially the changes. Anything else? Okay.
Good evening. Mike Bodendorf in for Dan Kohler tonight. I'll do my best impression of him. Just to touch on a few things that Taylor spoke about. The site as it currently exists is sort of a big open cut along Fishkill Avenue. So we're adding curbing here and only 2 points of ingress egress. So it changes an existing condition of a free-for-all to channelized ingress egress. We're reducing the impervious surface by 20%. We're providing, as Taylor mentioned, several pedestrian-friendly amenities, walkways, the front plaza, the crosswalk across Fishkill Avenue, sidewalk connection, future rail trail connection, a pocket park, and the 13-foot reserve zone for the future Fishkill Ave Advisory Committee pedestrian plans. We're proposing a fully parking compliant plan with adequate internal circulation. Lighting is LED full cutoff, dark sky compliant fixtures consisting of all new light poles. If anybody knows the site, there's some very large light poles with very bright spotlights on there now. They're all being replaced with new technology. The site will utilize new water and sewer connections to the existing infrastructure in Fishkill Avenue. And just some key site plan changes since the last time we saw you. The south entrance has been changed back to deliveries only. We're showing some stamped pavement there to sort of deter customers from using that as a cut-through. And there's also proposed signage there. The 4 previous parallel spaces for tenants have been taken out of this, and this is now back to a loading area. And the 4 tenant spaces have been moved to the north side of the site. 1 additional space has been added to the north side of the building here, and 1 additional space has been added to the spaces that are adjacent to the laundry. Since the last submission, we provided grading and utility plan consisting of water, sewer, stormwater, and a detailed landscaping plan has been provided. In addition, there's been several on-site signage, directional signage, and as Taylor mentioned, the off-site crosswalk signage. That's generally it in a nutshell. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Philip Greeley from Colliers Engineering and Design. We prepared the parking and traffic study. Most of the details in terms of the access have already been covered. Pointing out again that the southern driveway is for deliveries only. We've concentrated the access so that it aligns with the exit from the drive-through. And the traffic study was very conservative in terms of not taking any credit for what we call pass-by trips. With this type of coffee house, you would typically get somewhere between 40 and 50% of those trips being traffic that's already on the roadway. Our analysis did not take any credit for that. In terms of the parking, we meet the code compliant. We had done parking estimates based on the ITE trip generation and parking generation information, and the plan meets what the peak demand would be for the site. We've gone through some of the off-site improvements, making accommodations for pedestrian movements, the signing and the flashing signs would be part of our site plan work that would be done. That's pretty much it. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I have a question about the southern entrance, that's the delivery.
Yes.
What mechanisms are you going to use just to control the actual use of?
So it would be signing. The proposal right now is to have a different textured surface, so it doesn't look like a driveway. We could go to even a mountable curb, so that, you know, it wouldn't appear as a curb cut, but a delivery vehicle could enter at that point. But primarily signing and differentiating the treatment that's there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's your presentation?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just one other comment. I did sort of note it in the presentation, but we did submit an additional letter to you all that included letters of support from the businesses and abutting and joining property owners throughout the area, and there are a number of positive letters received today that were or that have been posted by Mercedes to the city's website today.
Yep.
In support of the application.
Noted, all the letters have been received and entered into the record. Thank you. So then we'll make our way around the table with our consultants first, and then any other questions or observations by the board, and then we'll go to the public. So we'll go in sort of opposite order. Anything you have to add as part of your review?
Certainly. Ken Worsted, Creighton Manning, the traffic consultant to the planning board. I had one question about the flashing beacons for the pedestrians, if those were push button activated or they're just on 24 hours a day.
The proposal is for fully operating, not actuated, just to identify the crosswalk area.
Okay.
But that could be modified if the board would like.
And I had mentioned it in previous review, but I know the city has a committee looking at that whole corridor.
Correct.
So I appreciate the offer of the flashing beacons. I would just ask that it be consistent with whatever is determined as the best option, through there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, it's so much easier to hear you when you're here. John, Mr. Russo.
So, Mike, I heard you say that the impervious was being reduced by 20%. I need you to verify that, because under the new stormwater general permit, it's got to be 25% or better for redevelopment. Otherwise, you're going to have to do something else on site. That's for sites that are over an acre in size. You're over an acre in size. So.
Call Dan.
So take a look into that, let's see where you are. We're looking for some additional grading in the area where they're going to be providing the easement for the trail to run through the site. We'd like to see that rough graded out now at this time, so later on it wouldn't have to be graded out. And then we just have a number of cleanup items that need to be done. As far as some of the landscaping, it overpowers everything on the plans. You can't even read some of the text. We'd like to have some, well, I don't want the landscaping eliminated. I just want it lightened up so we can read the plans. Spot elevations along the curbed islands and everything so that we know how the site's being properly graded. And that's basically it at this point in time.
Great, thank you, John. Natalie.
Natalie Quinn, KRC Planning Consultants. So a number of the previous comments, I think, have been addressed, so just to kind of acknowledge that in terms of the request for the crossing, loading area. I guess I do want to go back to the one comment, because what we're seeing here is kind of a reversion of the site plan. We saw a different version where I think a previous request of mine was to locate the resident. There are 3 residential units on this site, so to locate that parking closer to where the access point for those will be. So that's what we saw last month, and I think ultimately we reverted back to this site plan. I just want to say I did consider the option of recommending that the front parking, there was originally parking between the building and the the drive-through lane. That would be the parking closest to the residential entrance, so I was kind of thinking about that as a potential solution here. I think ultimately, the move that has been made of providing additional landscaping, additional kind of pedestrian space in front of that building, and limiting the amount of kind of asphalt between the road, I think is ultimately the better move there in terms of kind of trying to create a sense that this building is kind of up to the street edge. So I just want to note that that consideration was made, and I think ultimately moving the parking, although it is further away from the residential entrance, moving it further away and having those pedestrian connections does seem to be the better solution than what we've seen in terms of the other option.
I'm just curious, at least the drawing I'm looking at, they're not designated. They may be designated elsewhere.
They're back over between, kind of right between the two pedestrian points.
Mike's highlighting it on the screen.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
The note is on the open space.
Oh, okay.
So
it's
you
on a
kind of,
different
I
drawing.
know, you kind of miss it. over
Right, the
there.
crosswalk was moved, the passage or the crosswalk there, internal, was moved to try and, the spaces were sort of teed up to be with that internal crossing.
Yeah. So, I think there have been changes to address some of my previous comments. So the one remaining comment, we did just get the lighting plan, and I think they have added notes about it being compliant. I think my last request was, because we're doing mixed use on this site, right? So there is going to be this active commercial business, retail business, and then residential units. My one question was whether dimming or some kind of reduction of lighting in the evening hours when the Dunkin' is closed, to create more of a residential environment on this site, whether that was possible. So I think that's my last remaining comment, to discuss that and how the applicant maybe feels that's being addressed already. Otherwise, if it's possible to add some kind of, I don't know, portion of the lights turning off, maybe, some kind of solution so that the residents living on this site don't feel like they're living in the middle of a parking lot or a commercial space 24/7.
I'll have Mike speak to that, but yes, we're amenable to that.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, that's a great suggestion. Some of your highest lighting levels are around that side of the building. You got 0.9, 1.0 right up against that residential piece, so. Yeah.
Mr. Bodo.
Yeah, I think what we can do is, I wouldn't want to dim it in the residential parking area, just because it's residents, they could come at any time of the night, so I want to keep those. And we're looking at mostly half-foot candle levels in there.
Yeah.
But I think we could dim the lights along Fishkill Avenue. We could probably dim the lights around the back of the building, because that's all commercial use back there.
Yeah, at least I was highlighting this area here.
Right.
But yeah, along the front as well. Yeah, it'd be a nice.
We can certainly do that.
Nice gesture, thank you.
Yeah, I think all a big upgrade from the existing tall spotlights, too.
Yep. Thank you. Any questions or other comments for the applicant board?
I just have a question about the Conservation Advisory Committee recommendations and how we incorporate that into the process.
You're asking that of me?
Yes.
Who? I don't know. So let's talk to Jennifer about that. I think, the CAC does offer, and if I missed it, did they share their observations here? Yeah.
Yeah, so the CAC did submit comments to the
Yeah, here it
planning
is.
board on this application. Just like any public comment, I mean, obviously the CAC is a committee of the city, but that's for you to review and take into consideration.
Yeah, so having reviewed it, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts were that they came out sort of opposed to the project, and seemed to be asking for more time for, planning considerations regarding the corridor. And I'm not sure, that's a mechanism that I don't have a good handle on exactly how that gets coordinated, but they had a number of environmental concerns about vehicle exhaust from idling vehicles. So, and I think my takeaway from reading it was that they felt like there was not enough, that they needed more time to kind of plan out rail trail and bicycle access options, and that this was, I think I certainly have felt a kind of sense that community efforts to plan around this corridor are sort of in a race against the clock with projects.
Yeah, again, I think it will go back to what Jennifer outlined for us at the very beginning here. We need to review this based on the zoning as is, that's in place currently. Obviously, everybody understands that there's an effort in progress in reviewing this corridor, but it hasn't even reached the level of
In the absence
council
of a
yet.
moratorium, we can't halt or wait for, planning considerations to catch up for the corridor. I mean, we have to continue reviewing the application.
A follow-on question would just be, really quick, one thing would be, who were the various parties who could recommend a moratorium?
City council, it's a legislative matter for the city council.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I see when I looked over this letter, as well as some of the other comments, is simply, the view that we should or should not have drive-throughs, or that we do or do not like Dunkin' Donuts vis-a-vis other sellers of coffee and baked goods, are not pertinent considerations for us up here.
For sure.
Where,
definitely not material.
To give a specific example, if we were up here talking about how much we hate Dunkin' Donuts and then wound up denying site plan approval, we'd really just be setting the city up for a lawsuit potentially.
Full disclosure, I buy Dunkin' coffee.
Me too.
Yeah.
And patronize Dunkin'.
Yeah, so I do note in reading
Thank you,
this,
Chief Islam.
this letter is also directed to the city council with specific recommendations, so. Yeah,
That was
I
my
mean-
comment.
I'm sorry?
That the actual letter itself was to all the...
It was to all the boards, including the city council.
Correct.
And again, it's directing recommendations specifically to the city council. So it's on that path. City council is in receipt. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Finish. I thought you were done.
No, please.
Thank you. The only other comment I had was just to kind of echo some of the logistical and safety concerns for residents. I know I had asked a couple of meetings ago about, has Dunkin' done other residential developments in concert with retail establishments? We were told that they have. I just keep trying to figure out, myself, bringing in many trips of groceries or doing move-in or move-out and making multiple trips across that crosswalk with a sort of wagon train of drive-through cars going around it. It seems. Yeah, I was just saying that I keep envisioning myself trying to do everyday tasks at this site as a potential resident, and imagining things like making multiple trips from the car with my groceries to my apartment, or doing move-in and move-out, carrying a couch down that lengthy pedestrian crosswalk with a sort of wagon train of cars circling through the drive-through. It seems complicated, and I understand the constraints about where to put the resident parking, but it is a head-scratcher for me.
Well, we did, just if I may, just for that specific comment, we did include a loading zone on the other side of the building, and notwithstanding the use here, this is an existing building. We're not moving the building or changing location, so the operations through this site would continue to have vehicles, notwithstanding a drive-through, circulating the site. So I think ultimately, your points are well taken, but this site has incorporated a number of other measures, utilizing our traffic and safety consultant and reviewing it.
Yeah, look,
with
the way I
citizens.
look at this is that residential is it's an improved use here. So you're allowed to put apartments on this site. Whether at the end of the day, and of course, you're required to, implement as best you can, all safety considerations, right? Which you've done. So at the end of the day, it's a matter of whether, the applicant feels that they can reasonably lease these to people who might want to, carry their couch across the parking lot.
Just
So-
emphasizing that whatever creative solutions can be done to make it as safe as possible
Yes.
for the residents
Yep.
are recommended.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's not anything else, Kevin, David?
It's an excellent report. I just want to, I would like to see more, more input from interested parties or from also from consultants that's based upon this level of research, right? And also the level of public interest, based in public interest that it has. So I think it's something, this report should be taken seriously. I think we're limited by the situation that we're in as to what we can expect of the applicant, right? Because of the existing laws and the existing as of right things. But I think that we have a responsibility, once we're more informed, to ask, number one, that this perform at a higher level. There's another thing that I just want to, this is a general comment about the process that's happening in the city, is that I think that right now that land use at Fishkill Avenue is not the best way to develop cities, right? It's an auto-centric use. There's a lot of reasons why the city should consider not encouraging that sort of land development. It's, as environmental benefits, it's not beneficial to people. It's not pleasant. There are higher land uses. There's better ways to develop cities now and areas like that. That being said, there's an existing fabric that's in place, and almost all of the buildings in the fabric that are now abandoned are probably going to be applied to be remain in place and be reused in some way. Those leases will go on for a certain period of time. That period of time is the time that I think the city should, in my opinion, consider a more visionary change in the way that land is used, the way that we enter into the city, and that we take advantage of an opportunity to be an example for how we can do land use planning better in our cities.
Thank you for that comment. And just if I may, I mean, this is a transformative project for the site. We're talking about a car dealership that's been there for 40 years. So the project is proposing a number of those Fishkill Avenue committee recommendations and trying to manage and mitigate and consider all of those moving pieces while ultimately having a property that has been used in one way for decades. This is a huge advancement of that site, greening up the space, providing connections to the rail trail, providing a crosswalk. It's implementing a number of measures over the existing conditions, which is a wide open parking area with access anywhere off of Fishkill Avenue. We're even going so far as to mitigating and ameliorating problems of an adjoining property owner for the laundromat. So this site plan has really taken a huge jump and worked with the board to get it into this current iteration. And we look forward to hopefully being able to bring it to the site. With that, though, I'll certainly turn to the chairman to see if there are any other comments before we open to the public.
No, let's go to the public. Who here would like to speak on this application? Great. Please. Yeah. We'll go front to back.
Good evening. Thank you for bringing up Conservation Advisory Committee. Sergey Krasikov, Chair, Conservation Advisory Committee. So we did submit the comments, and I wanted to vocalize some of them. I fully recognize that Planning Board has to deal and work within the current zoning regulations, but we felt that some of these considerations should be aired and shared with the broader public. Conservation Advisory Committee that I chair strongly opposes the proposed drive-through facility at 420-430 Fishkill Avenue. The proposal comes at a critical juncture in our community when our community is actively engaged in reimagining this former car dealership area through citizen committee process. The proposed drive-through would effectively preempt this community-driven planning effort and potentially undermine the emergent vision for really walkable and mixed-use district that better serves our community into the future. CSC therefore strongly supports recommendations by Fishkill Avenue Concept Committee to prohibit drive-throughs use at this location and throughout the city. Our position is based on the following concerns, both that are site-specific and more general impacts. First is significant safety and traffic hazards. According to Federal Highway Administration research, each additional driveway access point increases pedestrian vehicle conflict potentially by 11-15%. The previous usage didn't involve high volume of traffic leaving and entering the facility. Current proposed usage would have constant flow of traffic and the potential for accidents therefore goes up. The absence of a dedicated turn lane on Fishkill Avenue presents very serious safety concern, according to Department of Transportation. Lack of left turns can increase accidents up to 30% or even more. Those of us who know this area, it's very busy. You have cars going, especially morning, afternoon, people going to work, making a left turn into the driveway to enter the Dunkin' Donuts while trying to cut in front of incoming traffic. You might not notice a child on a bicycle. It's a high-pressure situation for drivers, which imposes danger upon pedestrian and bicycle users. This also presents a fundamental conflict with the climate action goals that our city has set. This car-centric development promotes car dependence at a time when our community is trying to imagine time when we have less driving. This also directly contradicts several of Beacon's established environmental commitments, as well as the New York City Climate Act, which explicitly mandates adoption of non-vehicular mobility-oriented strategies for greenhouse gas mitigation. Public health environment impacts. Multiple peer-reviewed studies have demonstrated significant health risks from emissions. Studies of children living near high traffic areas show significant increased risk of asthma and respiratory diseases. And the proposed queuing of 12 idling vehicles for several hours a day would create a concentrated source of air pollution in our community. Gateway development. 2017 comprehensive plan emphasizes creating welcoming transit-oriented gateways that reflects Beacon's community center. Car-centric development doesn't really fit square with that vision of a welcoming community. And it also fails to capitalize fully on the site's potential to create positive land synergies with rail trail and surrounding neighborhood development. Additionally, economic and community impacts. Comparative studies have demonstrated the significant economic disadvantages of drive-through developments. According to the data from Brainerd, Minnesota, people-oriented development generates 41% higher property value than drive-through establishments occupying the same square footage, and the reduced property valuation directly impacts tax revenues. Also, very likely it will discourage future pedestrian-oriented businesses from locating in adjacent properties, creating a dampening effect on overall district property values. So, given the ongoing community visioning process for this area, approving a low-value drive-through use would represent a significant opportunity cost, both for tax revenue and broader economic development goals. Now I want to switch gears and present comments as a resident of Ward 3 who lives directly across from the proposed development. I live on Liberty Street, Ward 3. I can see the back of the building from my backyard. And that area is very special for us, for our neighborhood. It's an area that we walk and the car dealership was obviously not the most welcoming. The community process that started gave us hope of envisioning real community-centric opportunities there. I think this development is short-sighted. They do not really, it doesn't account for the volume of pedestrian and bicycle traffic you will see there once the rail trail is built, once Greenway Trail is extended, when Bridge Street Bridge is repaired and fully open to connect kind of the east side to the west side across Fishkill Creek, there will be very high volume of pedestrian traffic, especially if more pedestrian-oriented businesses open. Crossing that in-out cut for the vehicle to come in will create a lot of potential for accidents, as I stated earlier, lack of left turning lane, and the rush for the drivers to enter. 3 proposed apartments, I think, is a disgrace. While I fully support housing and trying ways to build more housing, imagine an apartment surrounded by cars, idling cars around. You cannot open your window. It's asthma. It's a not really livable situation. Again, 2017 comprehensive plan, I want to restate that as a resident. We do want that walkable, pedestrian-oriented developments, and we do want, I do want real economic opportunities. Unfortunately, places like Dunkin' Donuts tend to pay minimum wage, and we can probably do better in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Stuart Weatherby. I live on 66 Mead Avenue. I have lived at that address for over 30 years. I'm against the application because it includes a drive-through. With plans on the way to make that corridor less car-centric and more pedestrian and bike-friendly, it seems to me like a bad idea. I am worried about traffic, idling cars, garbage up and down Fishkill Avenue, and how it will fit into the newly forming district. Although it meets the legal definition of a coffee house, because 60% of their revenue will be coffee sales, they will also be selling food. My concern is that the drive-through element will make it more like a fast food restaurant and not like any coffee house we have here in Beacon now. I have been to a Dunkin' drive-through. They have a similar setup to a fast food restaurant. The coffee shop with retail and rental space above, I think, is a good idea. It is the drive-through I disagree with. And lastly, I would like to say that when we bought our house over 30 years ago, our friends thought we were crazy. Who wants to buy a new house in an old run-down Beacon, they said. But look at us now. We are the envy of the Hudson Valley. No small feat, and something we can all be proud of. Although the focus of Beacon's rebirth hasn't been the Fishkill Avenue corridor, it seems to be now. Beacon deserves and should demand the very best. And in my opinion, allowing a drive-through would lower, not raise that bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Sorry. I'm opposed to the scale of this project and do not believe it should be granted a site plan and lot merger approval. The agenda calls it a subdivision, yet it was referenced as a lot merger. Most of the letters of support mentioned by legal representatives tonight, some of them are from other current and future applicants with pending development projects in the mix. I find it ironic that the city of Beacon is pushing to have an extensive rail trail along the Fishkill Creek, yet you're being asked to allow this branded corporate project to move in and infringe on the beauty of the Fishkill Creek and the residential areas. Please do not approve a drive-through window with traffic going behind the rear of the building. Potential gas fumes, oil and gas spills can run off into the creek. Night sky compliant lighting is okay, but not to the residents that live below the lights. I also live on the other side of the creek. These lights will be intrusive. I was happy to hear the city planner request tonight that the lights be turned off or the volume reduced during the nighttime closed business hours. I live across the creek within sight of this proposed project and believe this will be an eyesore visually and bring in extra noise pollution from the constant traffic. Noise travels, so we will hear those cars coming and going and doors closing, and the delivery trucks will be very busy. Yes, I know it was a car dealer for years, but it did not have the large number of traffic volume of customers and was not open late into the night. Support our community and not the big corporations. They will not be offering too many jobs to this community. Please support the City Council's pending resolution for the Route 52 corridor zoning changes. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Katie Helmuth, Ward 1. Firstly, regarding the rezoning that the City Council is considering, I am in favor of keeping zoning as is to allow all auto businesses to remain as well as storage facilities, to not amend the zoning to zone out auto uses and storage facility uses. As a mother of 3 children and a daughter of an aging parent who cannot walk well and a friend to elders who cannot walk well, I am in favor of drive-thrus in Beacon in general and the drive-thru for the proposed Dunkin' Donuts. I will also note that I am a bike rider. I ride up and down Main Street often to get to where I need to go, so I am in favor of accessible and safe bike riding. While I am also practical with my family needs, when I can and cannot ride a bike and need my car. For people driving to do errands or commute to work early in the morning, this is a convenient addition to Beacon. Many of us already go to Dunkin' Donuts on Route 9 on the way to Wappingers or Poughkeepsie. Kids are often requesting to go to Dunkin' Donuts. As a person doing laundry, I would love access to Dunkin' Donuts while washing. I was surprised to read in tonight's documents that several people wrote in with their support of drive-thru and Dunkin' Donuts. As for the proposed crosswalk, I cannot believe there hasn't been a crosswalk like this put onto Route 52 already. This is a welcome addition. As a franchise business, this means that a small business owner has invested in the location, building, and employees. This is a benefit to our community. Franchises are at times looked down upon in small towns, even though Beacon is a city. However, many forget that franchises are owned by local business owners. Subway, for example, on Main Street in Beacon is owned by a woman named Joy who takes great pride in her business. Additionally, I wonder what the response would be if a local roaster wanted to open a drive-thru here, like the Hudson Valley-based Ready Coffee that has a drive-thru up on 90 in Poughkeepsie. As for competition with other coffee shops in Beacon, I do not think this will be a problem. The coffee shops that exist here now have been in business for a bit and are surviving. Some coffee shop owners have 3 locations, like 2 Traxxas and 1 Bank Square, which are each owned by the same people. Each coffee shop has its own environment, feeling, and experience. One going to Dunkin' Donuts is going there for a certain reason that day that would be different than when they are going to the cozier Beacon Mercantile on a different day. As for donut competition with other 2 donut shops in Beacon, again, these are wildly different donuts and donut purchasing experiences, so I do not see this as a problem. Kids often love Dunkin' Donuts. As the committee is looking to increase the vibrancy of the Fishkill corridor, having this accessible and desirable by kids and teenagers seems compatible. The drive-thru design seems safe. Driving through a coffee, snack, or food pickup aids in the parking issue, as it does not require as much parking. It's fluid. As for the residential apartments above, I think it should be left up to the person renting or buying that space up there to make the decision if they want to live above a commercial space like Dunkin' Donuts. These are not the only apartments that exist above Dunkin' Donuts or other coffee shops in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Did you have something you wanted to add?
It's a loaded question. Not this evening, Mr. Chairman. We will certainly provide some written responses to those comments for the benefit of the board.
Okay, yes, and again, we will note, in addition to the comments here this evening, we did receive a number of letters as well, and those are in the record. Board, thoughts on where we are with the public hearing? Any discussion around potential close? Thoughts in favor?
Still have outstanding, the lighting plan?
The lighting plan's there, we just have to potentially adjust the lighting.
Yeah, and
which
then
we could do before the.
they do have a detailed plan with levels that are, in compliance. It really was this discussion about the ability to dim, and so, yeah. I think just as far as the application completeness, at this point, there aren't many outstanding items, yeah?
I was just going to say, when the lighting note is added to the plan, the hours of operation, just so,
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume it would be done at the same time as the lighting, when you're indicating when it will be dimmed, but, yeah, I had no other comments in terms
Yeah.
of the completeness of the materials.
Thank you. I believe we are. Yeah, unless you have other comments you want to make on the architecture.
No, it's an improvement. I'd want, if I have an opportunity, on the site plan, there's a pedestrian the pedestrian access from the parking to the building.
Yes.
There's a long walkway, and I'm not sure if it was there before, if that changed location.
It's, only thing that it did was shift slightly. We added, so you'll see where it connects to the Greenway Trail connection. So there's a connection point with the trail connection, but then so it has been there, it just was shifted, and then we located the resident parking to sort of associate with that as well.
I was curious why it didn't just shift to where the bump outs were farther into the site, where there's a smaller distance for the walkways.
I think it actually had been there originally.
It's just seemed like it was a safer, shorter crosswalk.
I think ultimately it was just lined up with where the handicap parking spaces are too, so it kind of gives it like a runway there, but we're certainly open to those suggestions, but nothing, again, it was lined that way for where it connected with the trail and sort of the center of the commercial
That's
entrance.
my suggestion as far as the layout of the site. It seemed like you would.
I think it translates to the entrance of the site, the commercial space.
Did you have, someone have thoughts?
Yeah, just to comment on that, I think you're describing it moving further down on the page to where it lands on one of those islands, and the aisles that you're crossing are much shorter. My only concern with that is, are people going to walk out of their way and use it to come back to kind of the front of the store? I think where it's located right now, it's more likely to be used because it's closer to where you're getting out of your car and landing on it. So yes, you're crossing, two aisles, you're going in between cars that are parked, but you're only, at worst, 4 spaces away from getting to that crosswalk lane, so to speak.
It just, that's rational.
And it's intended to be striped, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's quite visible, quite clear. I just had a quick question. It's a minor detail, but up at the, I don't know if you can zoom in, but up at the ingress egress, the main entry point, there's some indication of, and it may just be a leftover on the drawing.
He's playing with the mouse.
It looks like striping.
I think it's a stop bar. Oh, that's the
yeah,
striping.
Yeah, what is that?
That's for truck turning movements.
Truck turning movements for those keeping track at home. Garbage trucks. Being able to turn right onto Fishkill.
I don't. So explain how that works.
All right, come on.
Yeah, you don't want to.
The echo is fun.
Translating for me. You're talking about this striping right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's for larger vehicles to effectively turn right. It's based on a truck turning diagram that was run through the site, and it was just decided it would be best to open that up a little so that they don't have to drive up onto the curb.
So it's part of the, it's just part of the roadway, right? Meaning it's not a curbed element.
No, it's just striped, it's just paint.
So the striping is intended to encourage the regular drivers to stay closer to the...
Oh, okay, I see.
Could you do a mountable curb there instead of just striping?
Sorry?
Could you do a mountable curb there instead of
could.
just striping?
Yeah, I want to defer to, he did. Okay.
Yeah, and
Good.
similarly on the south, just to deter people from using the south questions.
Yeah. All right, thank you, appreciate that.
I have one question.
Yeah.
I was wondering if our traffic consultant could speak to the issue that was brought up about traffic turning left into the site with pedestrian and bike traffic without a left turn lane. Is there something that we can do to mitigate that conflict?
There's competing users here, and, you know, one is the car trying to get into the site. Traffic capacity-wise, both for the left turn vehicle coming in and for traffic just going back and forth, it would be easier if there was a center turn lane down through it. That would benefit the road across the street, it would benefit the gas station, it would benefit this site, because those users can get out of the road and essentially sit in the middle. It's a little bit counter to the pedestrian. Now they have to cross a longer distance, you know, to go through there. Obviously, left turns throughout the corridor are common. There really aren't any restrictions through here. There are some locations on like Route 9 in Poughkeepsie, Wappingers, where they've, you know, put a median down the center of Route 9 because it's so large. They don't want left turns. Route 17 comes to mind going through New York into New Jersey. Can't turn left anywhere, you know, through there. But those are much higher facilities here. I think in the context of how the city's committee wants to look at this section of road overall, whether a third lane down the middle makes sense for traffic capacity, or if in doing that it takes away the ability to add amenities for pedestrian and bike accommodations through that corridor. Obviously, the right-of-way is a certain width, and within that, say the width of this table, we can divide it up however we want, but we've got to decide there's going to be pros and cons to each of it. So if we want to accommodate peds and bicycles, we can do these accommodations. It will take away from, you know, the ability for cars to make, you know, turns from a center lane, or we can benefit them over the others. So there's some competition there.
So, right, the conflict is kind of inherent and, okay.
Yes. Phil, did you have anything?
Well, we're providing that extra width there to do whatever in the future needs to be done. This section of Fishkill Avenue doesn't have left turn lanes. In some respects, when you have a lower speed facility like this, if you start adding in turn lanes, it increases traffic speeds, in addition to increasing the distance that people have to cross. So it's, as Ken said, it's a competing combination of issues there, but I think the plan, in terms of backups on Fishkill Avenue, we have more than adequate queuing distance. The typical peak is around 12, usually somewhere between 5 and 9. We can actually stack up to 16 or 17 vehicles, so there won't be a spill back out onto the roadway. And we, have designed this to accommodate the pedestrian crossing as the kind of the key variable.
Thank you.
And then the other question about the pedestrian crossing and the blinker sign for our traffic consultant. Do you recommend one that's activated by the pedestrian, or like the constantly blinking? In my mind, that would seem like the constantly blinking you get desensitized to, and that it might be more effective to have actually when someone's trying to cross the street to activate the blinking.
That's my feeling as well. You'll be driving down through there at 10, 11 o'clock at night. The facility's closed, it's dark out, people aren't using the future trail, and that thing is blinking. If you live on a street where you come to the end of the street and you never encounter traffic because it's just a low volume street, you tend to skip the stop sign and maybe just get used to driving through it. And then when that one car does come, it surprises you, and you're like, whoa, So, in my opinion, if throughout the section of road, if it makes more sense to have something that is actuated so that it starts blinking only when there's a pedestrian there, I think it's going to get better compliance relative to yielding, to that person.
And we can do whatever is consistent with what the committee comes up for the corridor, so we're open to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, we have the option of closing the public hearing. Any thoughts on the matter or a motion to do so?
I guess I would ask the board, do we feel like we've heard a cross-section of the views, between the letters that were submitted and the comments that were made tonight?
Go ahead and answer. What do you think?
I think we have.
Okay.
There's been a lot of input.
Yeah, sure. So I'll accept a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And then we have the opportunity to authorize Jen to draft resolution on the application. So any discussion on that, or is there can I accept a motion?
Motion.
Everybody's so quiet.
Oh, right. yeah.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by, that was
Kevin.
Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. So we will move to our next agenda item, and, well, first, we'll take a quick break. Commercial break.
I'll take a ham on rye? No?
Sounds good. I know. Okay, we're going to move ahead on item 3 on our agenda. This is our continued review of application for site plan approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 291 Main Street, submitted by Telephone Building Beacon LLC. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, this is the 291 Main Street, also known as Cookie Cutter Project Number 2. So basically, we spoke with the applicant about some of the suggestions that we talked about last time, making it a one-story building at Main Street, trying to, adjust the back. Sorry. He felt that, by reducing it to 2 stories from the original 3-story Main Street, section of that building, that, he was sort of reducing that part as far as he could. So we're still looking at a 2-story. We submitted an updated site plan and landscape plan, and we also provided the photorealistic rendering, so you get a better idea of what it looks like in context with, with the neighboring buildings. That was that. So, so here you can see it, in relation to the car wash and the existing telephone building. And, so what we did by, keeping it at 2 stories, the existing cornice on the telephone building is maintained all the way around. Depending on where you're standing, you'd see more or less of it, but, we felt that it was an approach to adding on to the building. We also got a letter from SHPO. I don't know, do you get that, or did that just?
State Historic Preservation Organization?
I don't recall seeing that in our email.
Not in our package.
It came to Mike, Bodendorf's office, and we're looking at that. They also included a copy of the Preservation Brief 14 from the National Park Service, which, I spoke about at the first meeting that we had about this. It's sort of the guideline document for adding on to historic buildings, and the way that this new approach sort of follows those guidelines. That with you set it back, keep it smaller, have that little hyphen glass connection. All those points are things that they bring up specifically in their guidance document. So we're trying to work with that.
Ari, it sounds like Mercedes didn't get a copy of that from SHPO.
Oh, okay.
So, if you could submit that
Okay, yeah.
to us, that would be great.
All right, and then I responded to that, so I'll get
The response
that
to
put
it.
into the record.
Perfect.
Along with the document.
Okay, thank you.
So we also provided a landscaping plan from Hudson Land Design's office and updated the site plan somewhat. So one of the things we wanted to talk about was, also how to deal with that back section. It's a interesting site because it kind of wraps around the building. It doesn't touch the building in the back, and that entire side street is residential property. So, with this approach, we're looking at it more like a, something that would reflect the nature of the residential properties with the gable roof. The other option would be to, continue the idea of how Main Street, was looked at and have it be more like the telephone building itself and not relate as much to the residential property. And the other thing we did take the suggestions that the board made at the last meeting about, we adjusted that column in the corner, flattened out the roof on the in the 3-story section, which is beyond where the existing building ends back there. And, so basically the applicant wants to, follow this approach on Main Street and then sort of get your feedback on the other, the side street portion of it.
Anything else? Let's start with our consultants. Natalie, your review, anything specific you want to point out for the board or the applicant?
Yep, I can go through the points quickly.
Yep.
Mechanical equipment, there, in the cover letter, I think it was stated that it's going to be located on the flat roof of the 3rd-story section and screened. So just asking for that note to be placed on the actual site plan set and potentially a detail of whatever the screening material is. Landscaping plan, I do appreciate the addition of the landscaping along Brett. I guess, again, this was a little bit of an issue between rendering and the plan, that I think there's going to be a vehicle parked outside on the kind of the more residential-looking building facing on Brett. This looks like all the vehicles are parked underneath the building, but based on the site plan, it looks like there's a space exterior of the building, I believe. So I was just wondering if maybe we might need some additional landscaping there of varying heights to better screen that, since it's going to be exterior from that ground floor brick kind of separation between the parking, right? Parking standards, I think similar question or similar comments from the past few letters in terms of if we get a better understanding of, I think we know there's 2 offices using this parking facility now. If we could get a better understanding of the current utilization of the parking, I think that would help the planning board consider there is no parking minimum, and only 4 spaces are being proposed. So I think that would, understanding how the current users are using that parking facility would help. And then just additional detail on the elevations in terms of material call-ups and dimensions.
Great, thank you. John?
As Natalie was discussing landscaping and talking about having some taller landscaping in that one area outside the parking area, I know you were also using that area for snow storage, so that's probably going to impact your snow storage area in that area. So you're going to have to take a look at what you're doing for snow storage on the site. As far as there are some notes on the plan with regards to snow storage, I'd like them carried over to some of the other sheets. In the index, it lists sheet 7 as landscape and lighting plan, but I haven't seen a lighting plan for this. I'm not exactly sure if you have any exterior lighting going on to this REA, anywheres?
Yeah, I mean, there would be, you know, sort of like the house lights.
Are you going to have any lighting in the parking area that might shine down and out, or?
It would more likely, you know, because it's covered, so it would be kind of like mounted
Recessed in
under
the
the building.
ceiling, just-
yeah. But, you know, we can add that to it.
Okay. Also, you have to show the required signage for the accessible parking areas. The plan should include all required signage. I'm asking for the shut-off valve for the water service line in the rear of the building to be relocated out of that landscaped area, especially if you were going to use that for snow storage in the wintertime, something goes wrong. Just move that into the sidewalk so it's easily found and accessible. Some of the details need to be cleaned up. The tree planting detail, it talks about proposed trees to be arborvitae. I don't know if that's just a leftover note from somewhere else, or, yeah? Okay. So if we could just adjust that, and then just adjusting the monolithic curb and sidewalk detail with regards to the cross slope on that. That's all I have at this point.
Great, thank you, John.
I just had a question to Natalie.
Yes.
I mean, I know that parking is always an important aspect. I'm just wondering, you know, when bringing up the exterior parking space and balancing that with landscaping and potentially snow storage, does that rise to the level where it would make sense to consider, you know, 3 spaces instead of 4, or do we try to make the 4 work?
Well, I mean, is there a way to fit all 4 underneath the building as is shown in the rendering?
Not with the amount of, unless we bring that building, you know, forward.
I'm a little baffled, though, because it just doesn't look like from the rendering that you could actually fit a car there. So, I mean, I note
that's
what
just the-
Natalie's mentioning about the plan indicating a lot, there, at least one parking spot there, but it just,
With the front building.
it just doesn't look feasible by what you're showing here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's another rendering adjustment.
It just from your rendering, REA, the rear building almost looks to be in line with the front building.
It does, yeah.
Where on the site plan, there is quite a deviation from the
Yeah,
sidelines.
I'll review that and
Yeah.
see if that's what's going on there.
Yeah. So just as far as the adjustments to, this is quite a significant adjustment to the rear building.
Yeah.
And it's, in my view, aesthetically headed in the fine direction. I'm still just a little concerned about the scale relative to the neighboring built, you know,
Yeah.
it goes from this 3-story building with what appears to be an extremely high first story. Just curious why it needs to be that high. It almost looks like it's about 15 feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's based on lining up with where the, you know, where the second floor is on the existing building. Because we're also, you know, if you look at the Main Street side, we're trying to bring that, you know, that line across as well. But what I could do is to see if there's a way to, like, drop it at a
Yeah.
certain point in the corridor.
I
that's
think
between
it would help in 2 ways. It would help this just overall mass relative to the single-story home right next to it. And it would sort of help this sort of awkward proportion of these stilts. Again, the stilt effect is much better, but you still have that kind of, you know, flood zone kind of construction quality to these large pillars.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you look at the plan there on the second floor, the center plan, I have it up on the screen now. I mean, I could probably negotiate, you know, where that staircase is.
Level change?
Yeah, and just drop it at that point.
Yeah, I would look at it.
Yeah.
Again, I think it would just sort of help you aesthetically and proportionally overall, right? So, yeah, thanks for considering that. I'm curious, the landscaping along the existing telephone building on that side street, that's concrete right up to the building right now. So the applicant is proposing chopping that away?
Yeah, if it helps with, you know, getting the full amount of landscaping on the site.
I
and
mean, it's a
sort of
very
tying it
nice
together.
touch, yeah. So I hope obviously you're doing it for a reason, but it has a very nice ultimate effect. So I hope that that's not just a glossy to get us to like this.
Is that necessary to meet? It's hard to see proportionally, but there's a 10% of the site is required to be landscaped, right? And has that calculation been done in terms of area? Is that maybe why that's like needed there to get the 10%? Okay.
Okay. Again, I understand the applicant's desire to maintain a two-story building here. And I can understand somewhat the rationale of changing the brick color. So, we can.
I do have an option just in case.
Yeah, I was sort of imagining to myself what it would be to match. I'm more partial to a change-up.
Yeah.
Whether it's this or not, maybe we can discuss a little bit more. But I'm still baffled by this, quite honestly, this corner condition. Yeah, and I understand potentially maybe this is your intention or not, but it looks to me to be that you're trying to make a nod to this old cornice.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's being pulled away, but it could be simplified.
It's just so awkward. I get it, but you're moving from historic to, somewhat modern, right? Especially in the proportion of the windows and that connector element between the buildings. Personally, I would just move away from trying to get tricky with that and just keep it super simple. I think the subtlety of the nods you've made to the existing building, especially just as it relates to, how the proportions work on the first story and make their way across, and same here, to me, that's enough. And also, if you're going to do this, I appreciate it. I would also reflect it here, because then, you have that continuous water table.
Isn't that on that image? There's a stone base on there that.
Not on this centerpiece.
Oh,
the narrow column.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I would just continue it along.
Right.
But otherwise, what other comments do you guys have, board?
I don't think the 2 stories on Main Street is going to work. I'm just going to tell you, I don't think I'm ever going to be satisfied with, I think that it's always going to be awkward. It's going to obscure the most prominent, same with what I discussed before, the most prominent, iconic part of this building, which is one of the strongest architectural pieces on Main Street, including the Howland Center and the firehouses. It's in that group of iconic spaces, and I'm not confident that whatever interventions you're doing are going to be compatible or in any way complementary to the existing fabric of that building. And I think the only way to do is to minimize the amount of visual impact you have by just having that portion be 1 story. I think that you have multiple other techniques to gain additional area or other things on the site that you haven't explored. I don't think it's necessarily you've used all your options in order to gain value for your client. And also, I don't think it's necessarily, we don't have to make sure that you get the most amount of units on here. I think one of the things that we have a responsibility to do is to protect the historic fabric of Main Street, which is incredibly important to so many people in this town. So I'm just gonna.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I did discuss it with him, and he reduced the number of units by 25%, and I mean, also, just in the discussion, he was like, well, you don't stand there and look at the cornice from one location all the time. It is a 3-dimensional building. You're walking around it. This reduction in height, without cutting into the cornice at all, does allow you, as you're moving through the space and looking at it, you know, I'm just letting you know what his take on it was and why he wanted to, you know, stay with this reduction rather than reducing it further.
I very much appreciate the reduction to preserve the cornice. I think that was essential. And I appreciate what John has pointed out in terms of the gestures that you're making to the existing building elements and trying to use the glass to separate the new addition from the building. But, you know, it's interesting being on the board for years and hearing, you know, public comments about various projects and new developments and people making comments about such and such a project would sort of, you know, denigrate the character of Beacon. This is the first application I've seen where it's like, if this was built exactly as it's rendered, I would be kind of crushed every time I saw this. I would like to see some other options, maybe some different approaches where I could maybe, you know, try to get comfortable with it. But the things that bother me about it, looking at the rendering, the corner closest to the car wash just seems really bulky compared to the rest of it. And also it's probably just the perspective of the rendering, but it looks like as you go to the west that the facade is almost stepping up higher in a sort of unresolved, you know, line that doesn't ever come back down again. It's like a piece of music that crescendos and never comes around again. But yeah, this one is one that I feel like if there's a workable solution that's gonna complement the building and not degrade it, then I'll know it when I see it. But this one is not it, and I would have real difficulty in supporting this particular design proposal.
Anyone else?
I also, on the facade, I would agree that the imbalance between the very light portion to the left where the glass is and it meets the existing building, I appreciate. And it just feels very heavy on the right corner of the front facade. In terms of the brick color, I think the existing brick has a very unusual color pattern, so I think matching it is going to be very challenging. And the existing building is much redder in reality than is showing on your rendering. So, you know, using the rendering as a visual aid to help with like selecting the new materials, it's misleading at this point. And then the rendering of the landscape doesn't reflect what's on the landscape plan. And on the landscape plan, there's a plant that is called out, but is on the plan with a code, but is not in the plant list.
In the table?
In the table, right.
Okay.
Can't get anything past this board. Thank you.
And then, is there a minimum width for parking spot?
9 feet?
9 feet, I think.
Because the one that's outside the covering is 8 feet.
Yeah,
on the plan.
We were looking at if there was a way to adjust that, or if we call that a compact car. 'Cause you can do 8 foot for a compact.
Okay.
What else?
No, I'll look, I'll look at those comments again, get those things adjusted so we can at least get, on the same page with that.
Yep.
I'll again, review the concerns with the applicant, but, I think he's sort of wanting to go with this scheme. But I also, mentioning that again about the height of the rear portion, I think I can actually, in that stair area, they don't have to line up necessarily on both sides of that stair. So I think we can adjust that pretty significantly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you taking a look at that.
Yeah.
Along with the other elements we discussed.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. You ready for public hearing next month?
Yep.
Any thoughts on hearing from the public next month, board?
Sure thing.
All right, motion to notice public hearing for next month.
Motion.
Motion by Lynn,
Second.
second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I did. Kevin?
Kevin? Great. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to stand here, though.
Oh, are you next on the, oh, jeez. Aren't there any other architects in town? Okay, so this is item number 4, review of applications for amended special use permit and amended site plan, hotel and restaurant, 1113 Walcott Avenue, submitted by Prophecy Theater.
Okay, so basically, the applicant has a new reduced scope of work for the hotel project. It was originally 30 rooms, and then we changed it to restaurant instead of the conference event place. So now the restaurant is still part of the application, but the hotel is now 16 rooms with a reduced footprint and additional parking because of the reduction in the footprint. So we have 39 spaces now, 16 rooms. We're still within the that range of 25 to 52 required spaces, based on the new parking regulations. So we need to also, discuss that and how the board wants to, look at the parking there. But we do have additional spaces, and so basically we just wanted to introduce that before we changed everything else to correspond with that.
Yeah, so thank you. Just to summarize, from where we last left off, one applicant is reducing the size of the hotel, obviously, and therefore the number of rooms. Basically constraining the hotel to the footprint of the existing building.
There's still an addition, but it's a lot smaller.
Oh, okay. I didn't pick up on that. So obviously, much less of an addition, right? So
Right.
therefore, giving yourself more room on the site for parking, that makes sense. And then, am I right in interpreting this, or in my observation, that the church building is for restaurant use, 150 people?
Yeah, that portion of the application hasn't changed. It's really the hotel size.
Okay. And then still occasionally events, or no? Just
I mean, if there's some kind of wedding or something at the restaurant, but it wouldn't be used for, conferences or music events or things like that.
So wedding, like reception kind of thing?
Yeah, like any restaurant might do.
Retirement party.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You looking forward to retiring?
Never happened.
Okay, thanks for summarizing that.
Okay, the applicant's here too. He just wanted to make a couple notes. So.
Okay.
My name's Gavin Hecker. I'm one of the partners on this project, and I'm just, Aria gave you the main updates here that, we're reducing the hotel size, which reduces our parking need, and just to speak to that, we're providing 39 spaces, and there's still 250 parking spaces that are available within 2,000 feet of the project. And basically, everything else is the same, but I'm here to answer any questions that the board might have. We've had some, the consultants have, I think we received a couple of comments in the past couple of days, and we'll submit those in writing. So I'm switching glasses here because I have. But, all right. Yeah, so we'll submit our answers to the consultants in writing, as well as I can answer whatever questions you might have right now.
Sure, yeah, thanks. So, yeah, we'll go around the table again. I don't imagine on parking or traffic you have anything, or you might, so, but yeah.
I believe there was an updated traffic management plan submitted, but I don't know that it called out the parking demand under the new scenario. So I'm looking back at the previous submission and the shared parking analysis, and in that it had said the restaurant was going to have a peak demand of 70 spaces, and the hotel at 30 rooms was going to be 26 spaces. So the 30 rooms will come down.
Yeah, with the we called out the approximate peak need at approximately 75 now. That was in the submission.
In the new one, okay. And you've increased your parking capacity on site up to 39, from like 32 to 39 or so. give or
39,
take.
correct.
So there'll still be a demand that will have to be accommodated off-site.
Yeah, peak demand, there is it's approximately 36 spaces.
Okay. And I think the analysis had also noted proximity to the firehouse, municipal parking lot, city hall parking lot, and then
Right.
some others which I don't think would necessarily be used, like the train station. It's kind
No,
of a long walk to
yeah.
get up to the site.
It would be mainly the auxiliary lot would be the Tompkins Firehouse, which we had another count, and that comes in at 53 spaces instead of 52. But to answer John's question, there are 8 reserved for the firehouse. So with the math there, it brings us 53 minus 8. Quick, what is it? 53 minus 8, no? 45.
In general, I think the site lays out pretty well. You'll need some signing, to help direct people when they're coming out of the parking lot to know to go around the backside of the hotel, to exit. They can't go straight out the one-way, driveway in. There'll probably have to be some accommodation. You had mentioned the potential for using, courtesy shuttles for, a wedding reception or a larger party where they can't be accommodated on site. That bus vehicle will just need some probably help maneuvering around, internal to the project. And the other couple of lots, I think, for the off-site parking are like a 2-minute walk, so I think it's pretty reasonable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, I'm just reading your narrative, and I'm confused, which is not a hard thing to do. It sort of just states, and this is relative to the hours, and I'm just maybe not reading this right. It says the dining facility can operate Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday, Saturday, 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. But then it also says probable business hours for the restaurant are likely to be, and then you go and list different times. So is there a distinction between dining facility and restaurant, and why the difference listed here in the hours?
Yes, there's a difference. One is the potential hours, and one is the probable hours, and that's based on a restaurant operator, which we are currently in the process of finalizing. So we do not have specific hours, but the hours that were suggested as probable business hours are the latter. And the 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Friday, Saturday is what is requested.
Okay, I'm still confused. So what's the difference between the dining facility and the restaurant?
There's not a difference.
Okay, so they're both the place you go to eat.
Right.
And then, so where it says the dining facility, which is the same as the restaurant, can operate Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., for example,
Is it that you're asking for flexibility to have the 7 a.m. to 9 and 7 a.m. to 10:30 as hours of operation, but once you have a restaurant operator secured, the more likely hours of operation are going to be the more condensed hours? Is that?
That's what's implied here, because,
Yeah, okay.
because we do not have that as concrete data right now.
Right.
So
So
basically,
they're asking for flexibility to have approval for the wider hours of operation.
So,
But in
Oh,
reality,
okay.
once the restaurant operator is identified and secured and they've got actual hours,
got it.
that
So
time
what you're
period
saying
will
is,
likely be
yeah,
less.
so you can operate, well, that can is a sort of relative term, but you could operate Thursday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., right? But more than likely, probably, you're going to operate Wednesday or Thursday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Exactly.
So
Okay.
what that does for us, though, is if they're asking for approval to operate for the full-time period.
That's what I'm getting at.
We just look at the full-time
Yeah,
period.
so what we would like to understand is, the window that you're going to ultimately, hopefully we can narrow this, operate.
Okay. We're just giving you what reality might actually look like as opposed to the flexibility part of it.
Now I understand the distinction, but I think at some point it'd be really good to kind of narrow this down and really understand what the actual activity, the operating hours will be.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, I understand that idea that what's going to be approved is the wider number, if it's going to be approved. And that's what shows on the, on the site plan sheet. So it's sort of locked in there, but I think the narrative was trying to explain the potential reality of it, which may not be as intense.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying is, right now, you're asking us to consider the former. You're asking us to consider the window of time Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., right?
Correct.
I would recommendation that you revise the Sunday to Thursday, 7 to 9, since the probable down below is saying Wednesday, Thursday operating to 10. Because we were to approve it 7 to 9, Sunday through Thursday, and all of a sudden they're operating beyond that 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah. There is that inconsistency, well pointed out. I was still trying to get past the whole distinction between the two.
yeah.
It's been a long day, or I'm just getting too old for this.
We'll make that revision as well.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
And I guess the issue is then, like, when is the peak, right? Like, when is it possible that there could be 75 cars at the peak? And if that peak is during business hours for for City Hall, and the City Hall lot is going to be, relatively full, then where are those cars going to go, right? So do we know when the peak is? And does my question make sense, Ken, from your perspective? I don't want to drive into your lane.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh, good, no pun intended.
Good one,
Just call me Taylor Palmer with the jokes. He's not even listening.
Taylor wasn't paying attention.
Oh, man. You would have really appreciated that, too. No, it doesn't count. Please don't.
Yeah, they did analyze some peaking characteristics, of it. The hotel is obviously, in the evening, overnight. For the restaurant, there's, a blip, I'll say, midday at lunchtime of an average condition that might be different based on the operator of this specific restaurant. And then peaking in the evening, say between 6, 7, 8, 9, o'clock would be the peak of the restaurant. So there could be some overlap if they're busy over there and we're having a big meeting here on a Tuesday night. But generally, if it's, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's probably not going to have a lot of interaction, with activities here at the town hall.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Russo?
So, looking at the single sheet that was submitted, they have some acoustic remediation measures there. Although in the resolution, there were a number of other acoustic remediation measures that were to be employed within the old brick church. I understand you're going to a restaurant, but you're also stating you're going to have wedding events and other similar events there. So are we not proposing to do any of the remediation within the church facility, as far as within the windows or anything else now, or?
There was a request to see if we could open the windows to allow for fresh air in the restaurant. And we went back to our data and found that we have some data, which this will be submitted in writing for our reasoning, but it was, so we had a sound report from the Beacon AV lab that tested a 95 dBA inside the church as it is now, and then in that scenario, there was a 49 dBA on the south property line recorded and a 48 dBA on the north side recorded, with the sound ordinance being 55 dBA. As it currently is, there was not an issue with the sound at a dBA of 95, which is the range of a live rock concert. That's all the information that I have currently to explain why we might want to not have that mitigation on the windows, but that's something that's up for discussion.
I'm looking at it, you have a wedding event going on, and you had a DJ in there, or whatever else. It kind of goes back to having the bands or anything else there. You've got music coming out of this place, and you've got residents right next door. That was one of their biggest concerns previously.
My recollection was that the previous presentation on this project, or the most recent one, that we were told that all of the acoustic mitigation was going to stay in place.
It can stay in place if there's a we can go back to mediating the windows.
But that's what was presented last time, am I correct? I think.
Yeah, I remember hearing the same.
Especially now that you want to open the windows, what if an event's going on and somebody's opening windows?
Because I think as we went through I know that we'd have to go back and look at the transcript from the discussion between the sound specialists, but we were up against the Beacon code that, with windows closed, you're not to hear any sound after 9 p.m. inside, which was, I remember.
Right, but they were also putting special acoustical panels in the windows.
That was the driver for it, right? I mean, Beacon has a very stringent noise ordinance for what you can hear inside a residence with your windows closed after 9 p.m. It's like, we talked about the fact that it was like a whisper, with the way the code is written, so it's pretty stringent, so.
Also, the previous resolution approval included conditions for cemetery restoration. Now I see there's no notes on this sheet at all with regards to cemetery restoration anymore. Are we not doing that?
That's still the same in place.
So that is the same, so you're still going to do cemetery? Yeah. So then we need to add the notes back on.
I think that's on it's on a different sheet, right?
Yeah, I think that was on that full site plan. Remember, we had the full site plan that included this.
Yeah, I'm just looking, all I've got is the one sheet, so.
Yeah. No, that'll all come up in the full submission.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, basically this was just sort of to introduce that smaller scale, just to show you what we were up to, and then we'll catch up.
Okay. Although you're changing the use of the church, I still would recommend that we keep the post-monitoring of the traffic and parking management. That still be left in place, and they're still required to do that. The full plan set shall be revised to reflect the proposed site plan as currently presented. All utilities, grading, all changes have to be done and shown on the full set. The drainage analysis is now going to need to be updated, along with the stormwater facility that's underneath the parking lot. And there's just some other cleanup comments. So that's what I have.
Great, thanks. Ms. Quinn?
Yep, I can be quick. My comments are pretty limited. I think looking at this from a planning perspective, this is a reduction in intensity of of the use on the site from what was previously approved, both I think because of the addition shrinking down, and additional parking being added, and no changes, I believe, to the proposed landscaping, those aspects. So my comments are pretty limited. I think echoing some of John's comments, we are just seeing one sheet though, so I think the complete site plan set so we can see all those notes, ensure everything's retained is helpful. Updated seeker EAF required. And then I guess parking has already been addressed. I think just some of that, as the board is moving towards with the new parking requirements, looking more at like firsthand collected primary data. If it was mentioned that there was observations of the parking, of the municipal parking lots and parking there, so if that could be provided, I think that would be helpful to add to the record. And then my point 2 should be stricken. I think after a conversation with Jennifer this afternoon, there was a determination previously, it was the one about the accessory restaurant. So I believe there was a determination that I just don't have that document previously, that the accessory, the restaurant was deemed accessory, and so the primary regulations didn't apply. So 2 can be removed.
Wow, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, that's sorry, that's me
No,
jumping
that's
in and
okay.
not having, I didn't have the original zoning determination on that.
Okay, thank you, Natalie.
Mhm.
Board, anything to add, or?
I have a question
Yeah.
on the parking layout. It seems that in the back, in the back row of parking, if it's all full and you're pulling in, then you have to back all the way out in order to get out, and it might help circulation to make a pass-through to continue out the driveway, understanding that you lose a couple of spots doing that, but...
Yeah, it was suggested, I think, in the, by your traffic consultant, that we have a sign that when the lot's full, so that's known ahead of time.
Someone's going to be out there checking the parking lot? Like you're going to have a person just checking parking? Rather than...
If there's a lot that's going to fill up, we can provide for a sign when it fills up in the management plan.
So that means
But
every
that's
night?
like a flux, like, people are coming and going in a restaurant. It's not like you're there for 3 hours for an event. So you're going to have a parking person on staff to put up signs when it's full?
I can't answer that question at the moment, but we'll, if you want a better explanation, we'll work on it.
Yeah, I would look at it, because Karen makes a really good point, because you pull in, and even if you don't go down that aisle, and you can observe it's full, the ability to turn back around and then make your way back out to find parking elsewhere is constricted, right? So there's that point that Karen made very well, that if you do go down that aisle, there's really no way out. You got to back out. And then even if you don't, you're ended up here, and it's not really clear how you're gonna. It's basically a 4-point turn to get back out here. So I would just put some real thinking to how people are going to navigate should the parking lot be full.
I lose those last 2 stalls.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, board?
Yeah, I recall that the original contention, one of the original contentions about this project was that it was a hotel with an accessory use, right? The hotel was a permitted use, and there was an accessory use that was a convention space that was part of the hotel use. And I just wanted to see if we're tracking how that changed and how that, what that process was. from the original approvals or the process that we went through on this. So I think having a little clarity on that, because it's a pretty significant change. I'm not necessarily saying it's not a improved use or an improved plan or anything like that. But I think that I'd like to understand a little better how what the compliance path is here.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is the question?
Originally, this was...
It was approved as a hotel with a conference center.
Right.
They were in
And-
the process of satisfying the conditions of that approval.
Right.
And then decided, we're not going to do the conference center, we're going to come and just do a restaurant.
Is the
So they're
restaurant
here-
a approved use?
Yes.
It is, okay.
So they're here
That's
to
all I
seek
need
an
to know.
amended approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else?
It's as of right, I guess.
What else can we do for you?
Within the special
I think we're good.
permits
We'll,
for
we'll,
the
I mean,
HDLO.
assuming you're generally okay with this scenario, we'll develop the rest of the drawings and do a full submission.
Yes, you've heard all of our feedback this evening.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, as well as obviously our exemplary consultants. Great.
All right.
Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. That's item number 5, review of application for amended site plan approval, addition to existing funeral home to Beekman Street, submitted by Crossix LLC. Oh,
Hello.
jeez. Just get another hat or something. Maybe change it up a little.
Costume change.
Okay, so,
We wanted to know that if it's not possible to open up a public hearing next month.
we
have a design on that, so yes.
We don't have
yeah.
everything.
Let's get, because, yeah, by your own sort of statement here, it's a little early because we haven't received the full, complete kind of set of material relative to the full application, so we're going to hold that over until next month. Thank you.
Okay, so this property is the Halvey Funeral Home at 2 Beekman Street. The project was originally approved by the board in 2017. So this is just a small amendment to that original approval. The owner's proposing to add a small addition to the back of the existing building to create a meeting room for clients. And how we got here was the applicant originally spoke to the building inspector, Bruce, who is...
Who?
Yeah. He's the former building inspector, not late. So first he thought that they could do it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm sure he filled you in, but he thought he could do it just as a simple building permit, and then after looking at it a little bit further, he determined that the site plan should be amended to reflect this little addition on there, just so everything is up to date with, because there was an approved site plan already. But he suggested that all we really need to do is show that, where that addition is on the site plan. Nothing else changes. He suggested that we didn't even need a, elevation of it. But it's more like submitting it and getting it, amended for the record. And so we just have the site plan drawing. There's this little floor plan to show you where it is. It's a 12-foot by 18-foot addition in the rear of the building. And there's no other change to the, the use or the parking or anything like that.
Corey, I got a question. Do you have your microphone?
What do you know?
Did in fact Bruce fill you in on this? I'm so curious as to why this wasn't just a straightforward permit application.
We didn't have an in-depth conversation about it, but I can understand the validity of what he's trying to say, especially with commercial properties and site plans. Sometimes they go a long period of time without updating, and if there's been conversations in between, like you said, it was here 2017, to mitigate any kind of confusion amongst anybody within the community or the board,
just to update it so everything's just clear.
Got it.
Concise, no questions. It sounds like the spirit of what he was trying to do in saying that, and I would agree with him.
Yeah, okay, great. No, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Let's start with you, Ms. Quinn.
I had no comments on this application.
I'm going to imagine you don't either.
No comments.
Wow. See, that's why I'm wondering, why was it so good?
Trying to do the right thing.
I have one question.
I don't know.
Did you have to present elevations of that building in 2017?
I think we had some renderings, but not of the rear.
I've commented a lot to other friends of mine about the appearance of that building, so I'm just going to leave that for what it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're not going to see this. So the appearance, is the appearance.
It's no change.
What do you mean, the person?
I'm not disputing
You mean the actual
anything.
client doesn't ever get to see the building? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
This is where I'm going to have my retirement party.
Wow.
Be
You're on
great
fire
time.
tonight. Oh, boy. I bet you Taylor really wanted that one. So I'm just trying to figure out what we can do. I mean, we could notice public hearing. Anything else? We could authorize draft? Yeah, let's do both. So let's accept a motion or make a motion or something to that effect to notice public hearing.
Motion to notice public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Karen, all in favor?
Aye.
And then we will then also discuss or otherwise move to authorize Jen's office to draft resolution.
Motion to draft a resolution.
Motion by Len,
Second?
second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else?
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so next item on the agenda, this is review of applications of site plan approval and special use permit, hotel and restaurant, 1064 Wolcott Avenue, submitted by a bunch of letters. J-Mark Management, okay, that's what it's. Good evening.
I have so many options here, but I'm going to go with good evening. At least it's not the full moon tonight, that's tomorrow. It's a snow moon for those keeping track at home. Could really go for some coffee right now, but for the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant, Mark DeFabio, who's joining us this evening. Tonight I'm also joined by our project architect, R.A. Siegel, our project engineer, Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design, and our parking consultant, Phil Greeley of Colliers Engineering and Design. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are before you for this evening for our initial review of a new application for site plan and special permit approvals, proposing to adaptively reuse and connect the two existing buildings on the premises for a proposed hotel and associated guest amenity space for an accessory restaurant. Before I turn it over to REA Mike and Phil to review the site plans and the traffic analysis that we submitted with our application, I did just want to give the board a quick background regarding the proposal for the benefit of you all and a quick overview of what the property conditions are. As is more fully detailed in our planning board application submission dated January 28th and was discussed with city staff in a pre-submission meeting back in October of last year, the applicant proposes to connect and adaptively reuse the two existing buildings on the premises which are currently used, as you all know, for Rose Hill Manor Day School. Currently, the premises is improved by an existing 3-story historic building on the northern portion of the property, and there are and then an existing 2-story building on the southern portion of the property, as well as associated parking areas. Bless you. The property, which for once does not require a lot merger, that's a first in a while, is presently classified in the R140 one-family residence district and the city's historic district landmark overlay district. And then we abut property in the RD6 designated residence districts. In the area, there are hotel and hotel-related accessory uses and structures, and restaurants, we are proposing, as far as the hotel and accessory uses and structures, with a seating capacity of not to exceed 50 patrons, or permitted special use in the HDLO zoning district. The property across the street, as was conveniently just before us on the agenda, is the Riverview Funeral Home by Halvey, and the surrounding area includes a mixed use of multifamily, single-family, residential, commercial, institutional uses, including, of course, the funeral home, Dia, and the shopping center with Sal's Pizza and Walcott Wine and Liquor, as well as H&R Block and the dental office. I don't know what that plaza is actually called.
Loopers.
Loopers, thank you. The premises is located, and I wanted to call it Sal's, but the premises is located approximately half a mile from the Beacon Metro North Station. We're proposing again to adaptively reuse the 2 existing buildings to construct a 3-story addition linking the 2 buildings for the hotel and the associated guest amenity space with a 56-seat accessory restaurant. REA is going to go into that in a moment, and the square footage is in there. Usually I'll steal all his talking points, but I'll let REA do that squirming tonight. Customary accessory uses of the hotel include the dining facilities, as well as the recreational facilities and spa and conference room. The hotel is going to be open and available 24/7 with 365 a year. It's staffed around all those hours that it's open. The dining facilities, which will be situated in a portion of the historic building, will offer breakfast to hotel guests 7 days a week, dinner to hotel guests and members of the public 7 days a week, and brunch service for hotel guests and members of the public on Saturday and Sunday. There are specific hours of operation for those components, which we include in the application. I will say them now, but we can certainly go through them again. The proposed hours of operation for the restaurant are from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., Monday to Thursday, and 5 to 11 p.m. on Friday, and 11 to 11 on Saturday, and 11 to 11 on Sunday. So the spa will only be open, will be open to hotel guests, specifically Tuesday through Sunday, and that's from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I noted it briefly just, but to expand upon it, the workspace, reading room, the conference space, the gym, and the spa will be used exclusively for hotel guests. The workspace in the conference room will be used for corporate meetings and cultural, educational, professional programs rented out by hotel guests. There will be no Megadeth concerts in this facility for those previously part of other conversations. The restaurant may be rented to hotel guests or members of the public for small-scale events, such as wedding, rehearsal dinners, baby showers, birthday parties, but not for larger events like weddings. The applicant submitted a traffic and parking evaluation, which concludes that the project is not anticipated to have significant adverse impacts on the traffic conditions in vicinity of the project. I will provide a brief overview, but don't want to take all of Phil's points on this. As compared, and I'll sort of take the easy ones, but as compared to the existing use of the property, which is the Rose Hill Manor Day, the school, daycare facility, the project is estimated to result in a decrease in the traffic during the weekday morning and evening peak hours. The project proposes 50 parking spaces to accommodate the hotel and the accessory restaurant use, which is sufficient to meet the needs of the project at most times, other than on weekend evenings. The traffic and parking evaluation also explains that the 50 spaces proposed are within the range required under the new city regulations. Finally, the board is aware this property is also located in the city's waterfront revitalization management area. LW, I just say LWRP. So we did submit a consistency statement and a coastal assessment form indicating the project's consistency with the recommendations or policies, I believe they're referred to in the LWRP. We are ultimately seeking an LWRP determination as well as these site plan and special permit approvals. Our submission, also dated January 28th, included details regarding how we satisfy the special permit criteria for the HDL. And of course, this is just our first sort of presentation to you all to give you a background about the project. Understanding it's been a busy agenda, I will ask RA to briefly give you the real visuals on this, and then Phil to touch on the traffic evaluation and particularly the parking on the site.
This is the point at which I know I'm officially old. My 23 and 21-year-old daughters went to Rose Hill when they were toddlers.
No. My 25-year-old daughter graduated there.
Graduated. She matriculated. Very nice. Wow. And my other emotionally driven response is, boy, this is freaking huge. But we'll get to that.
But you're going to say that
proceed.
you were sad for selling all your Megadeth records. You know when you're really old, when you
not my,
Garage sale, your Megadeth records.
not my cup of tea, but anyway, proceed.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to go through the building plans and elevations for now, and Phil can take you through the site plan and parking. Yeah, so as Taylor mentioned, there's the two existing buildings on the site. One was, originally a house in the 19th century, the one on the left side of the plan. And then in 2006, the owner built another similarly scaled building to accommodate, the additional daycare needs that he had at that point. And then now the application is to connect those two and change the use to a hotel, incorporating, both of the existing buildings and then this addition. And so basically we're looking at how to connect that, how to bring elements of the existing buildings into the addition, and work our way through that connection piece. There's some images of the building. So we have that similar kind of turret structures, breaking up the connection, trying to get the roofs articulated. We're also looking at a way to adjust that so the addition part actually gets a little bit lower, and that'll show up on the next submission.
Just a little bit?
How is it
like a mansard?
that I'm kind of curious, is that the addition is 2.5 stories, and it's set at a lower elevation than the existing oldest house, but it's as tall or taller than the 3-story existing. I don't understand. Is that a rendering thing, or? No, I mean, what we're doing, we're coming in, we're trying to, navigate the alignment, because the floor elevations of the existing two buildings don't align. Right. And then we also have to come in at the, at the parking lot level for the hotel entrance. But how is, in the rendering, how is that a 2.5-story building?
You're claiming that's 2.5 stories?
Look at the elevations, don't look at the rendering.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that first level is mainly buried, and then the grade slopes up as you go to the back of the building.
Yeah, I think we really have to start to drill into the size of this thing, and, there's a lot to talk about here, so. Yeah, so, keep going. And we'll figure out how to parse the next series of conversations, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's essentially, everything is hotel rooms except for those amenity spaces and the restaurant. And as Taylor said, the restaurant is open to the public. The rest of it is, exclusive to the hotel guests. And so that's sort of the program of the building. And then what we're looking at is how to bridge those two together. And like I said, we are looking at how to reduce the impact of the addition in relation to the building.
Yeah, I know Natalie's going to share some of her observations about new structures in relationship scale-wise and prominence to historic. So, but I won't steal your thunder. So yeah, we're gonna need to talk about that. So yeah, is there anything else as far as your presentation you wanted to share with us before we?
Well, I mean that's sort of the building thing, but Mike is here to talk a little bit about the site, and then Phil, and then we can review stuff.
Great, thanks.
Good evening again, Philip Greeley, Colliers Engineering and Design. So we had done a comparison of the traffic estimates, and as Taylor summarized, during the weekday, during peak times, there would not be a significant change in traffic. Saturday weekend traffic would be increased.
So weekday peak times, what are those?
During the weekday morning and afternoon peak hours, pretty much, 5 to 6 in the afternoon and 8 to 9 in the morning. So there wouldn't be an increase in traffic in those two time periods. On a Saturday, there would be an increase, of course. The other item is relative to the parking. So we looked at the range of parking, the min to the max is between 27 and 72 spaces. However, we also looked at the variation with the two uses there based on the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, data. And during the weekday, the 50 spaces that are proposed can accommodate the peak. However, on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, there would be a shortfall based on full occupancy of both the hotel and the restaurant. So there'd be a shortfall of about 10 spaces, came up with a peak of around 60. So we would have to use valet parking or other arrangements for off-site parking, which we have been in discussions with the funeral parlor. So
okay,
that's where we are right now.
And Phil, that deficit would occur in the evening, according to
Correct.
the analysis. It would be like
Correct.
8, 9, 10 o'clock at
It
night.
would be later in the evening when the hotel is at full capacity and the restaurant is at peak operation. Yeah. Correct.
Great. Anything else?
Good evening. Mike Bodendorf, engineer for the applicant. I'll just quickly go through the site plan. So we're dealing with an existing parking lot here and access drive that's a bit too steep for standard grades for those types of scenarios. So we've graded this site out to make the parking compliant at no more than 5% in any direction. And we've lowered the entrance grade as well, which has kind of brought the whole site down and required some retaining walls here and there. As far as utilities go, we're proposing to use the existing utilities to each building and plumb the new building to those utilities. There's a 4-inch water that feeds the south building, and a 4-inch sewer that feeds the south building. So we will be tying the new building into that 4-inch water, and we'll also do some hydrant testing on the adjacent road that water main comes off of, just to verify that we can provide the sprinkler capability out of that water line. The sewer line will connect to an existing 6-inch sewer line that comes out of the north building, and the north building will also continue to use its what we believe to be a 1-inch water service just for the domestic side of that. We understand there's some stormwater work to do to come in compliance with the new permit. We need to make some adjustments to the design and so forth, but it's a work in progress, and we'll work through that.
Early days, right? Okay. Lot to dig into here. Who wants to start? Start with Natalie.
I will start. I'm just finding that for some reason, the package that I had downloaded, I don't have all the renderings, but I think my comments obviously still stand. So, starting with comment 1 with the proposed use, looking at, just stating again that certain commercial uses are permitted in the HELO specifically to incentivize the preservation of historic structures. So among those listed are hotel and hotel-related accessory uses, as long as the structures are adequately screened. There's adequate screening of the new structures from surrounding public view. So based on the images of the site, we haven't seen a rendering yet, like in context, but the photos of the existing site and the existing landscaping that appears to the north and south, it does look, at least in summer months, that you're going to be shielded from either side. But I think looking at the site, the new construction is obviously not going to be screened from Wolcott, right, from the main road there. So I think the board would need to, as was already kind of mentioned, discuss that and whether or not the proposed placement and new construction and the proposed landscaping are adequately screening that new structure. You know, there's also a lot of language, we kind of went through it at the beginning of the session, about making sure the historic structure is the most prominent and where possible, kind of setting back any new additions behind the historic structures and making them kind of secondary. So I agree with some of the planning board's comments that right now, that connecting piece between the two existing structures is presenting more prominent. So what can be done there in terms of the height of that structure and the design of it, I think, to make it recede to the historic building.
I think the word you're looking for is massive.
I'll let you use those terms, yeah. As those are developed, I think just, you know, it's noted that the existing buildings will be preserved with minimal changes to the exterior. I think that's a really important part of the application. So making sure those aspects are called out on the elevations in terms of what is being, you know, if there's specific features that are being preserved or restored, noting that. If there are modifications to the existing structures, I think noting those, especially the historic structure to the north, noting that specifically needs to be done on those elevations as they're further defined. And I think that can actually help with this conversation about primary and secondary structures. The applicant has noted there's a variance required for the rear yard setback. 50 feet is required, 18.6 feet is proposed. I think since screening is gonna become so important for this project, tree removal, I think noting larger existing trees on site, which ones are, and, you know, noting if they are gonna be removed, noting those in the demo plan, and then if they're going to be retained, maybe somehow integrating those into the landscaping plan so we can kind of see existing and proposed together and how that will be used to screen the building. Lighting plan requires photometrics so we can see those foot candles across the site. Screening of parking facilities. So in the section on hotels, the specific regulations for hotels within the code, 223-14.2, it does talk about outdoor parking areas and recreational facilities for hotels shall be screened with fencing, landscaping, and or buildings on all sides towards adjoining residential lots. So where you're not meeting kind of 100-foot setback from one-family residential lots, new buildings or the building should be suitably screened. So my biggest concern for that is the kind of the rear portion of the lot where we're putting new parking behind the hotel, the proposed hotel, and those are abutting to those the backyards of those residential properties facing Harbor Hill. So I know you can't step on their properties and take visuals, but I think some kind of visual assessment of what the screening is going to be back there and what the views at that rear portion of the site are going to become important here. Kind of similar conversations that we were having for Beekman. I think Ken will talk about traffic and parking, so I'll leave that. There was just some information missing from the application forms in terms of non-residential floor space. I think I ended up finding it in terms of, I think it was noted on the site plan in terms of existing floor area versus proposed. If that could just, it would be easier if that was on the application form for that comparison. And are there two residential structures? There's two residential units currently on site? No? I thought I saw that in the materials that there was, let me see. If I noted where I saw that. The EAF form stated two bedroom apartments exist on site. So maybe modify that in the EAF.
Yes. We'll clarify in the EAF.
Okay, perfect. And then I did look at the materials for the coastal assessment form and the consistency statement. And I didn't see anything in those assessments that I disagreed with. So I think the documents are sufficient for the planning board to declare consistency with LWRP.
Thank you. Could you just clarify the rear yard setback variance, where that comes into play? And are the Is the existing original building existing non-conforming?
RA is going to go show it on the plan.
Yeah, I'm just curious, since we were on the subject of variance. It's pretty significant, the variance.
Just try to highlight that on the... Yes, that green line here. Is,
The very, 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 very faint green line?
yeah, it'll get less faint.
Okay, so it's going to track to that V-shaped
Right.
lot line, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
So that,
the existing building is already non-compliant.
yep. That's a really big variance. Mm-hmm.
For another board to consider, but also, it is
Yes, we're
only
well
a
aware,
portion
we're
of
not
the
the
site,
zoning
and
board,
it is
thank
because
you.
of the jog in the property, but we'll be submitting we'll go through all the 5 factors and the relation
Yes.
back to.
Keep in mind, though, that we do send recommendations over to our friends at the zoning board, so.
Indeed, and we're familiar with the neighbor, too. He has some involvement in the city here.
Last name begins with K.
That's the one.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Mr. Russo.
So my first comment should be stricken based upon our conversation earlier today. I'll skip over the ones that Natalie also spoke about. The applicant will need to conduct an I&I study of each of the existing facilities and the site itself. Separate lighting plans should be submitted with the photometrics. I would recommend, as this progresses along, that this be referred over to the building department and the fire department to see if they have any concerns as far as access or anything else before this goes too far down the road.
Okay.
We had some comments on the engineers, water and sewer report. One of them was, the report noted 57 seats in the restaurant. Other documents are stating 56 seats. On the plans themselves, the initial sheets are showing a bioretention stormwater facility, and then the remainder of the engineering plans are showing underground stormwater infiltration system. So the plans need to be coordinated as to what's actually going to be constructed on the site here. The rest of it is just kind of work that they've got to work through. There's a lot of engineering stuff that they have to get
Yep.
through as they go forwards with grading, stormwater.
Okay. Yeah, he only touched on a few. You're in receipt, obviously, of the full.
Yes.
It's quite a bit here, so still some work to do.
Yeah,
Thanks,
rich
John.
presentation
You're welcome.
tonight.
Yep, appreciate that.
On traffic, I haven't looked through this in detail, but I'll get comments out to you. And a couple of things that had popped out was trying to identify where the entryway for the hotel was. There's a single handicap spot near it, and then there's another one that's kind of hanging out off to the left-hand side. I don't know if that needs to be closer, to that main entry or not, but take a look at that. And then it looked like the trip generation for the daycare was based on ITE. I don't think it was based on actual counts. There is some Saturday trip generation proposed, but the school is closed, I think, on Saturday and
Correct.
Sunday, so that's,
That's why we're the increase is corollary to the fact that the use is different.
And as I'm kind of reading the grading, if you go out there and look at the site right now, the slope of the driveway goes up.
Yep.
And in the future proposed plan, that actually will be lowered, so that might help affect your comment about why is there so many stories there in the middle and not being any higher than the existing structure. It's because the ground is getting lower in that area. I'll finish up my comments and I'll submit them.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think just generally, us, there's going to be a lot of time spent talking about not just the scale, but the aesthetic, its relationship to the existing buildings. It's massive. I'm going to be super curious about how this mass is perceived from Wolcott, actually. So, I think sharing with us visuals that actually reflect the reality of what that visual and that experience is going to be. I note that there is and I'm assuming, I'm hoping you'll confirm, there's a large row of very mature, beautiful evergreens right along Wolcott in front of the newer building. I'm hoping against hope that you're not planning on, oh, there they are. Are those the ones I'm...
And there they remain.
Yeah, they're going to remain, right?
Yes, and we are in, you spoiled it, but my Valentine says that you will have in development renderings from Wolcott.
Yeah, good. So, yeah, and I think, we're going to spend some time really working on this, just in terms of the aesthetic and the scale. I mean, I think...
Can I add something on that topic? Just because I looked through a bunch of reference materials trying to find existing Victorian structures that had kind of this, this sort of scale and the use that were similar with the sort of Queen Anne style turret-bearing houses. And there's places like Angel of the Sea in Cape May, New Jersey, that has kind of a similar vibe, and it's anchored by two wings that are Queen Anne style homes. There are other existing Victorian structures that have the scale, and the way that they maintain the prominence of the turrets and don't subordinate and diminish those existing structures is by looking at mansard roofs to keep the central parts from getting too tall. When they have gable ends, the ones I saw were more Gothic style, so more steeply raked roof angles, and makes the gable ends a little bit more scaled down compared to the turrets and the other details. And if when we get to ARB, I can bring in examples and photos. But the way those gable ends are set up right now on the new addition looks very disproportionate compared to anything I could find, in the style of the time. And that stretch from this site up to kind of the corner of Verplank and 9D, you have this unique character of these really kind of stately Queen Anne homes. A number of them have turrets, and definitely whatever you do here, you want to preserve that and not diminish it. It's unique, and we don't have, across the river in Newburgh, there's streets and streets of magnificent Victorians. We don't have as many in Beacon.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think the last thing you said touched on one of the important things about this building as a part of the fabric of not just Beacon, but a lot of cities of its size in the Northeast that date from like the 1870s, that whole Victorian period. There's a tradition, there's a pattern. It happens in Red Hook and other places, and also in Beacon, that the entrances to these towns would have prominent, large, decorative, beautiful houses on the entrances, on the main roads, because that was where people would proudly display their wealth and just their civic enthusiasm, right? So there are a number of places on 9D before you get to the other project we previously reviewed. There's this whole series of Victorian painted ladies, right? When you go down Wolcott, I think Len's is across from the church. There's another series of Victorian houses which are an entrance to the city, part of what we were talking about. It makes it really nice to visit a place. And this is another section where there are a series of large, prominent Victorian structures that add to the character, right? It's not just the, it's the fact that they're situated on large lots. They're standalone, they're like sculptures, right? And I don't think anyone would say that that wasn't something that was like striking and beautiful about any town that has So that is part of what I think the intent of a historic district would want to preserve, right? Is that fabric that this plan sort of violates, and I think that's why there's that immediate reaction against it. And I just wanted to say, Taylor, that I found it very helpful that you listed all the requirements of the HTLO on your letter, because when I go through it, I can't find any of them that this proposal meets either the spirit of the letter of. And I looked closely. It doesn't deal with the design character and appropriateness. I wouldn't say that this contributes in any way to that. That it doesn't work in the historic context. It's actually the specifics of the design. You were trying to work with, like, maybe perhaps we could make this to sort of look a little, it's more about the immediate thing that everybody's noticed, which is just the bulk and mass, which part of which is going to be, if anyone who drives and looks at the existing Rose Hill building, you're going uphill on Walcott, and it's a very beautiful Victorian building. You're looking up at it, and when that becomes a massive residential or a hotel structure, it's going to be even more bulky and imposing, no matter what the remediation is attempted. It doesn't work on the historic context. It doesn't, anyway, none of these. I don't feel like that in any way that it worked within the spirit or the letter of what was required for this project. And there are a number of other setback and bulk and other issues that you have that you're going to have to ask for either permission or forgiveness or something like that. And I think that I can't imagine that this is going to get a lot of positive feedback unless it's severely scaled back and brought into line with the spirit and character of that part of Beacon, and I think what would commonly be considered our community fabric and just texture and everything. So, that's it.
I have
Okay.
a quick.
That's enough.
I have a quick comment about the mass and the structure. I would question the program need to connect the buildings. I've been to many successful hotel, spa, restaurants where different uses are in different buildings. They don't need to be connected. Just consider.
I wasn't going to add, only because it's getting late, but I was thinking very much the same as relates to how the new construction relates to the two existing buildings. There is an opportunity to think about them not necessarily connecting, but if there's a necessity for them to connect, that is the sort of the first point that I would suggest you really start drilling down into, in addition to just the relative scale on the site. So, but it's a very good point, Karen. So anyway, I think that's enough for this evening, because it is getting late. Anything else?
I don't think so tonight, other than to ask that the board might consider circulating its intent for lead agency for
Yep.
the environmental review.
Yeah, we can do that. So, motion by the board to authorize circulation of intent to act as lead agency.
Motion to circulate intent to act as lead agency.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And we will be driven through and through to get these responses back to you, and look forward to providing additional feedback.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Safe trip home. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. That completes our regular meeting agenda.
Oh, right. There's more.
There's always more. There are 3 signs. So the first application for certificate of appropriateness is 161 Main. Hi.
Just
want a sign.
We're not always that mean.
I always feel so bad for these applications falling at the end of very long agenda. That's good. Maybe you've learned something this evening. So yeah, she'll tell all of her friends with sign applications, just leave what's there.
Don't arrive before 10:30.
Safe home. Thank you. All right. How are you? Good. I saw you having a good nap over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're looking for a new hung sign
looking for a
at
hung
164 Floral Society.
Oh, sure. Sierra Steifman.
Let's see. So this existing photo that you sent us or shared with us, this is what's there now, right?
Yeah, the landlord actually removed that
So that's
before
coming
I
off?
took occupancy, so that's gone, and so now there's nothing.
Yep, okay. And then your new hung sign looks beautiful. Comments, thoughts?
Beautiful.
Thank you.
That's a pleasing font.
Yes.
The Floral
Thank you.
Society.
I look forward to visiting.
I've always got to ask, what does the Floral Society do?
We design and manufacture floral garden home decor products.
Okay, nice. Awesome. Oh, no, I wasn't commenting on your yawn. I'm feeling the same. I was just looking to you for any.
Looks great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve. Second?
Thank you.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Thanks for persevering.
You're the one who made all these poor people wait so long, so you're voting aye? Okay, we'll get that on the record. Good evening, how are you?
Good evening, my name is Elizabeth Rodriguez, and I'm here for a sign on 173 Main Street for a wine bar. The name of the sign is Estilo y Vino. It's pretty simple, nothing is there. So I'm trying to hang the sign on an existing border that it's already there. And on the windows, I am planning to put the logo, which is the pouring of the glass with the B.
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
Yep, so you're at the old Reserva.
Yep.
So that's coming out?
Yeah, it's coming out, yes.
Beautiful.
Looks
Again,
good.
right?
You know,
Very nice.
I'll just make one observation.
You can't help
Do you wanna
I
himself.
can't help myself. I mean, it's a beautiful sign. I see you're sort of restricting yourself in terms of the height, the proportions, but
It's 24 by
10, 10 or almost 11. You know what?
It's 11.
It's great.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's restrained.
nice.
It's very restrained,
Yeah,
which
it's
is a
very
classy thing to do, and this town is just getting classier and classier.
Motion.
Yeah, I know, and we're so freaking picky here. Motion by Karen to approve.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
And
luck.
REA approves too.
You're welcome.
By the way, Leah's 25 already? Jeez.
So did the last one skip?
Olive is going to be 21, and Sam is going to be 24.
Jillian's 24, she'll be 25 this year.
Man, I shit it.
Ronan's 20.
Wow.
Yes, 24.
We're getting
As of,
the same birthday.
actually, her birthday was just,
February
25.
Oh, happy
No, wait,
birthday.
25. Oh, my God, I just
You're
had her
only
birthday.
29.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, this guy has the sign. Oh, these guys.
I'll come back next.
Yeah, we're going to make you come back.
Can I ask a quick question? The existing facade, what is the material that's on right now on the lower part of the?
The windows?
No, the actual Brothers facade.
Stone.
Stone.
Is it? Yeah, it is stone. So
Yeah.
then, is the new facade going to replace the stone that's already there on the bottom, or just continue it?
It's just an
complement
infill, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
sorry.
whatever's existing is staying.
This entire, both sides, this entire area is being infilled with new, right?
It's basically the existing storefronts, which are here, are being replaced.
Right.
Um,
So he's doing new signage, he's taking the awnings down, right?
Right. Yeah, it's mainly taking the awnings down.
New lit
and new
signage, and
lighting,
he's,
yeah.
yeah,
So-
he's
so
filling
is
in
any-
these
right.
two zones
So
here.
no new stone is being added?
No.
It's, the stone on the facade is staying the same, or? I'm
Yeah,
just trying
I
to-
think there's a little detail at the top of those stone columns, which is
Oh,
not
okay.
there now.
Just the,
that's
just the
being
tops of the
replicated,
columns?
but, yeah.
And I can't see what's there right now because of the awning, but.
Right, yeah.
Actually, it looks like there might even be a little capital on them.
Yeah, someone, I'm
What do you mean, like? right
representing the person who did this, so I take full responsibility, but not the blame.
You see it peeking out from under the awning?
Yeah, yeah. I
Because
see
I'm
it.
just trying to, because it said new facade, and I was trying to figure out what, I think there was a note saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see.
column caps are
Okay.
wood, but to match the stone.
Yeah, I mean, generally it looks great. It'll be interesting without the awnings, just because I'm so used to them being there, but,
Yeah, and they're putting in those cafe, bifold windows.
yeah, that's kind of a neat effect. It's they're kind of following what the hotel's doing.
Are they in love with that Helvetica?
The font?
Yeah, I'm just.
Is it Helvetica? It
or
looks
is
like,
it,
no, it's
is it
a
Arial?
skinnier-
Is it Helvetica?
It's not Arial, it's a skinnier
Yeah,
font.
I think they
It
have it on
just
there
typed it out on the computer.
They want,
No.
Did they
Arial.
want serifs or anything? I don't know.
It says
I just
Arial.
thought it looked
It says Arial?
It is what it is.
kind of.
on the,
It may be
On the sheet.
thin. Yeah, that's okay. I would, for a sign like that.
It's going to be those anodized letters on little stems. It'll
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be nice. I
fine.
just thought
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
serifs, whatever.
They're
It's
allowed,
just- it's just
they're
me.
allowed to light this?
Back to the lettering?
Yeah.
Well, it's lit from above,
Oh, it's so, okay, I see.
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's not a lit sign,
No.
there's lighting.
Oh, it looks like just the way the rendering is,
Gets up here.
Oh, I see.
This fixture.
I gotcha. All right.
Costs $8,879 though. For some
Wow.
reason, he left the price tag on.
So I'm just curious, this is, okay, that's a tile, not glass? The insert here?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a ceramic tile?
It's not glass below the windows.
Like Bazaza tile or something?
Fixed wood panel
Doll
tile
tile.
insert.
Smoked pearl. Sounds delicious. Is he gonna put that on the menu? All right,
Looks good to me.
yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
I'll still eat there.
Oh, yeah.
Motion to approve.
Sit near the window.
Motion.
Motion by Karen, second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting.
Good.
No problem.
Thank you for your patience with us.
Oh, no.
We give you no quarter.
I don't like
You're just a glutton for punishment, aren't you?
There's going to be no pennies soon. We're going to have no more pennies soon.
No more pennies. All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Mercedes is like, are you guys going to quit this? Second. Motion by Karen, second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Don't you want to come again?
Yeah, aren't you?